she is ready to present the budget for the Department of Labor and Employment and its attached agencies. Just put on record as follows. For DOLE Office of the Secretary, we recommend the approval of the amount indicated in the GAB, 38,718,390,000 pesos. The Institute of Labor Studies, we recommend to adopt the House proposal of 71,216,000 pesos. National Conciliation and Mediation Board, we recommend the approval of the amount indicated in the GAB, which is 283,036,000 pesos. National Labor Relations Commission, we recommend to adopt the House proposal of 1,436,356,000 pesos. National Wages and Productivity Commission, we recommend the approval of the amount as indicated in the GAB, 262,180,000 or 8,000 pesos. Professional Regulation Commission, we recommend to adopt the House proposal of 1,773,199,000 pesos. And for TESDA, that's later, I will read that later. So we also would like to welcome the DOLE and its attached agencies led by Secretary Bienvenido Laguesma and all the heads of the attached agencies. Yes, we are ready, of course, to answer the questions of the esteemed Minority Leader who was with me the whole time during our committee hearing, and I agree with him with all the questions, which were also very enlightening during our committee hearing. So I believe that what we want to do is put it on record, and I am ready to answer the Minority Leader's queries. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for the permission granted to us by our sponsor. Yes, I think, Mr. President, we subjected the budget of the DOLE and its attached agencies to extensive questioning at the committee level. So, but we were not able to discuss it to death. Okay, we discussed it extensively, but not to death. Kailangan. So, no, but I'll try my best to. I've gained a lot of insights during the committee hearing, naman. So I will try my best no longer to repeat what the issues raised there, and siguro just highlight some of the insights that we have gained, Mr. President. Let me start with ito muna. I was not able to raise this kasi phoned in question ito about the PRC, Mr. President. PRC, the Professional Regulatory Commission, which is an attached agency. That's correct. With a 1.7 billion peso budget. Para po malaman din po ninyo na may mga taong bayan tayong nakatingin din po sa inyong akala ninyo. Sabi nyo, maliit lang kami na ahensya, walang nakatingin. Meron po. No. May tumawag po ng pansin ng opisina ko. Do we have overstaying examiners in the PRC? And if yes, what do we intend to do about this situation?
Overstaying. Yes. How many are they? Yes. With regard to your question on how to resolve the overstaying examiners, the answer, yes, there are. The Commission, in its endeavor to resolve the issue of overstaying members of the PRBs, already submitted its pending in the Office of the President through the DOLE, of course, recommendations or reappointments or appointments of qualified professionals to positions in the following 15 PRBs: agriculture and biosystems engineering, architecture, chemical engineering, environment planning, fisheries, forestry, metallurgical engineering, naval architecture, nursing, nutrition and dietetics, occupational therapy, optometry, psychology, speech pathology, and veterinary medicine. So we are still awaiting, Your Honor, the resolution and the decision from the Office of the President. And to date, the Commission finished interviewing the nominees for medicine. Further, the Commission diligently is conducting interviews of nominees monthly to fast-track the processing of nominations received and the submission of recommendations, further recommendations through DOLE to the OP.
So what is the procedure? So the Commission parang comes up with the shortlist, and then For every vacancy, how many? Mga ganun. Parang JBCB yan, tatlo, not less than 3. You give it to the...
There's no number. It would depend per sector, right? It's not a hard and fast rule
Yes,
of 1 or 3. It would depend on the sector, right?
Okay, but
And all the 15 I read, they had submitted to the OP. It's pending in the OP.
so these are presidential appointees, and the ball is now in the court of the OP of the
Yes,
officer.
Mr. President.
Opo. So, but itong allowing examiners to overstay, is this a violation of the law?
No, ma'am, they're allowed to hold over as members of the board.
Hold over, I am told,
Hold over, okay.
is allowed. It is not in violation of the law,
Sige,
Mr.
okay, but
President.
of course, we look at the spirit of the law. Kaya binigyan nga ng term para, you can either retain them or introduce new blood, fresh
Yes.
perspective.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
Mr. President, because if we allow the expiry of the term, there'll be a halt in the operations, and that would not be beneficial to the sector. And as I said, they have done their job to submit through the DOLE, which DOLE did to the OP. It's pending in the Office of the President.
Yes, for as long as the law also anticipated the situation and allowed nga the holdover capacity. There are complaints with your oath-taking fees. Has the PRC the power to regulate oath-taking fees?
Okay. I think they sought DOJ opinion. And per DOJ, the oath-taking ceremony is private in nature, so it is not a function of the PRC with regard to the fees that you mentioned, Mr. President.
Okay, siguro, as the law is currently written, so ganun siguro. But so if you want to, okay, if the complaints are now piling up, Mr. President, maybe it's time for Congress to also react, no? Kasi this is
May I
feedback
make a
from the ground,
suggestion?
yeah.
May I make a suggestion, Your Honor? Just like I did with Senator Tulfo about his issues with the PTAs. Because, as you know, the most important law and the biggest law we do every year is the GAA. So if you have concerns about the oath-taking fees, I have done it before that special provisions can be placed in the agency. And I would accept a proposed special provision from Your Honor
yeah.
if you think it would address the issue.
Thank you,
Just to raise a
Madam
concern.
Sponsor.
Perhaps a law or a bill filed would be more suitable, but in the meantime that there's no law, I would accept, if the chair would also accept, a proposed special provision in the DOLE for the PRC.
Yes. Thank you. But thank you to the PRC for pointing this out to us. They sought legal opinion, and that was the result of the legal opinion. Okay. Pwede bang mag-announce din ng PRC ng mga achievements po nila, like does the system work? Have we
Achievements.
reprimanded, disciplined the professional subject to PRC regulation?
They say
Meron
that
ba?
they are online, they have a website, they regularly update it, right, with all your activities and achievements, accomplishments, it's online.
And accomplishments would include the disciplinary sanctions
Do you post
against
disciplinary?
professional subject to PRC?
Yung mga nasa control list, let's say they have been suspended
Yes.
or their license.
You post that?
Yes, meron hong control list nakikita.
I'm told that online, they even include the control list and nakikita daw doon yung mga suspended.
Suspended or those whose license have been revoked.
Licenses that have been revoked or those suspended
Yes.
are included in the list that they say is contained in their website.
Who suspends the licensed professional? Is it the committee or is it the commission itself?
PRC board. The board of that sector. The board of that sector.
The board of that
Of
sector.
that sector,
And that's the same board which designed the examination for that sector.
Yes, sir.
Same
Yes.
same people? Same, okay. Sige po, you have a computer-based licensure examination project. Is that correct?
Yes,
Part na po sa budget natin yan.
Yes po, meron. Ayan, sir.
Computerization of licensure examinations. Yes. It's
It's a
part of the budget.
It's
It's an effective way of conducting examinations. It reduces a need for the usual requirements for traditional pen and paper. It fast-tracks the releasing of exam results immediately. It was initially deployed, implemented in December 2021 for the geologist licensure and 2022 for the psychologist licensure exams. And if implemented and fully realized within the 3-year period, this project would be able to cater to 510,000 examinees annually based on the examination with the 3-year rollout budget plan. Yes, and it's
When did
budgeted.
when did the 3 years start?
The 3 years,
Yes.
20,
20.
the 3-year period is 20.
The rollout.
Yes, the rollout. When was it rolled
Yes,
out?
if fully realized within the 3-year period.
Pero we have rolled it out until 2028.
The 3 years lang. 2021 ba? Hindi. Kailan yung 3 years?
Ano pa? Tapos na ako sa PRC. Ano pa?
From, we're budgeted this year, right?
We have budget this year. And then
We're asking again next year. So from 2023 up to 23, 24, 25.
So
Mr.
bago lang.
President.
So
Yes.
nag-roll out tayo 2023, included na yun sa budget ninyo for 2023, and then 24 and 25. So for,
24,
for
25.
2024, how much of your budget is for this computerization, computer-based examination project?
Let me check. How much is the line item for that? Where? Saan? How much is your budget for that? No, for the ask.
Oo nga, pero ang tinatanong
No,
natin,
for 2024.
labor representative. Kasi, pero DOLE, hindi sila kasama.
Ako na kami. For this year? No, for next year. Ano yung ask? This year, it was not in the net from my understanding. And
Okay.
I had to make it an insertion, an amendment, that was 50 million.
1.5?
5-0.
5-0,
And,
okay, malaki.
For next year,
35 po.
it's 35,
From 75
From-
million as requested.
35.7 M. That is the approved budget as of now.
Okay.
Unless we increase it.
Okay. And then we anticipate na for year 2025 meron pa rin kasi it's a 3-year
Yes.
plan. Okay, sige po.
They're only proposing for the current year, which is actually extendable for another year.
How many board examinations or licensure examinations are under the jurisdiction of the Professional Regulatory Commission? How many?
46, ma'am. Currently, we have 46.
All in all?
Currently, there are 46 boards, Mr. President.
46 board exams. Exams
Board
or boards yan, and then a board can give more than one exam.
Kasi sa
Every
isang
board,
board meron
maraming
may
exams.
mga
There are 46 boards, and under certain boards, there could be more than one
Yes.
set of exams.
Yes, okay. But is the plan to computerize all of the board examinations or licensure examinations under the jurisdiction of the PRC?
Lahat.
Is that the plan?
But that's a plan, that's a plan.
That's a plan, but it would take time to
Yes,
implement
sa
it.
3 years na yon. What is the, ilan sakop doon?
Ilan ang sakop sa 3 years? So, 46.
For the small and medium scale examination. Kasi ma'am, may mga large tayo.
Not all the 46 can be accomplished within the 3 years and under the budget, considering that the budget was slashed 1/3 also. So they'll have to adjust to that.
But long-term plan, is that what you want? Kasi 'di ba, yung convenience nung
Yes.
nung
Actually-
makaranas yung
Yeah.
isang sector ng online
Actually-
examination, baka mag-demand na yung ibang sectors mo.
Actually, Mr. President, if I may, if we only give them the budget, You
But-
have the absorptive capacity to do it, right? Ganun
we-
lang yun eh.
wala tayong nakikitang long-term proposal kasi, Mr. President. Kung meron sana, we will study it. Multi-year naman to eh.
Meron naman po, binibigay daw nila sa DBM, nasa slash daw palagi. So,
Explain
may I-
nila sa atin.
Yes, explain to us. It's not too late. Perhaps you could give it to my office and to the minority leader. It could be, and to the chairman of the Committee on Finance, Senator Angara, and it could be studied because, tama naman minority leader, pipili ka ng isang sektor, paano yung iba? At if it's a reasonable ask and within, you can do it as long as they have the absorptive capacity, kaya nyong gastusin at kaya nyong gawin yung 46 boards.
Yes,
Kaya nyo.
long term.
Long
Up
term.
to 2028.
They can accomplish it within 2028, but within the 3-year period, will you be able to accomplish it?
The 46.
The 46, okay. So
Hindi naman-
realistically, the 46, it's good that you tell us so that you don't pretend you can do it. We give you the funds and then you're not able to obligate it. So
Yes.
till 2028, they would be able to finish it.
So, ayan, so there will be there will be another multi-year project proposal from the PRC to computerize the board exams. Okay, sige.
So perhaps the question
ito parang
is-
naging pilot ito for
Yes.
the next 3 years. May plano na po sila, wag na natin i-disrupt yon. But it's a good plan. Ituloy na rin po natin sa 46 other sectors.
Yes. So perhaps to summarize the ask of the minority leader is give us your multi-year plan to accomplish all sectors. 2028 is quite too far, honestly. Could you give us your best effort to make it sooner? Yes. And what is it that you can accomplish within the given time and the budget, if approved, can be increased? Basta kaya niyong gastusin. Okay.
Thank you. So
Thank you.
I want to move on to the Institute for Labor Studies, which will receive 71 million pesos next year. Andiyan pong ILS natin. Bakit hindi magiging sayang yung pera? Ay, kung bureau gagastusin mo rin to. Anong difference?
Okay. Thank you. Who's head of the Institute of Labor Studies?
Okay, so, sige po. No agency is too small for our examination and scrutiny, Mr. President. Sometimes may sinasabi, 71 million lang yan, palusutin niyo na. Wag, kasi meron din pong meron pong report that out of, I will round off the figures po, Mr. President. Out of 67 million pesos worth of or amount of allotments received in fiscal year 2022, the Institute obligated 59 million pesos or 88%, leaving an unobligated balance of 7.9 million or 12%, Mr. President, unutilized budget as of year-end of 2022. So is this observation accurate, and may we know the reasons for the quite significant percentage of unutilized budget?
The unused budget is due to a failed bidding, procurement, it's procurement related for an ICT project. But they are doing it this year.
Nabili na po
Nabili na nyo from this year's budget or utilizing the carryover of last year, December 2022. Yes, failed bidding
Failed bidding.
related
Okay,
to
sige,
ICT.
let's learn from the experience of the ILS. Was the failure in the bidding due to what? Lack of interest to bid? Or there was some procedural mistakes committed, Mr. President?
Oh, the prices increased. There was a markup in the cost of the ICT project or the supplier?
ng supplier po.
Of the supplier, and therefore,
Failed bidding.
there was a failed bidding and time was short. and the end of year was, they were not able to utilize it.
Ano sabi?
So actually, we see, Mr. President, whether it's a small agency of 70 million or DPWH projects, we see wastage of funds or not utilized or obligated within the year because of failed bidding, because of all these
Tignan natin
technical matters.
if there
yeah.
are common mistakes being made
Yeah.
or
Yes.
common circumstances being faced or being met. Okay. Kaya nga, so anyway, we will just analyze the reason given to us, Mr. President. What's the difference between the ILS and the PIDS? We already have Philippine Institute for Development Studies and we have the Institute for Labor Studies. So, sige po. Are you a subset? Is Labor Studies a subset of Development Studies?
Kami po ang policy arm ng
Yes, Mr. President, as we know, the PIDS is under NEDA,
Yes.
and this is under DOLE, and this focuses on labor and employment. It has 3 research divisions: the employment research, labor and social relations research, and workers' welfare research, and 2 support divisions on advocacy and finance and admin. And so, you know, honestly, we should use them more. We should use them more because the problem of this country really is employment and underemployment, one of the many challenges of our growing economy. And I think we should use this ILS more. This was created by law way back in 1987.
So, yeah, specialized subject matter sila. So, but definitely, given the abilities and the credentials of those in PIDS, mukhang kaya rin if given the assignment to do the studies which ILS is doing. I think the PIDS can also do these
I am
studies.
certain, Mr. President, that the PIDS, Philippine Institute of Development Studies, can also do that, just like there are many overlapping research
Yeah.
organizations and overlapping programs in various agencies of government. Yes, but it does not mean that ILS is rendered ineffective, and
Right.
perhaps we could utilize them more.
Yes, to appreciate more the work of the ILS, may we know what research papers they have completed, and are these of practical value that
Employment generation in select ecozones. And then DOLE's labor inspection policy, a case study. Regulatory impact assessment of DOLE Department Order on Contracting and Subcontracting. A human-centered agricultural modernization. Ang ganda nito. Cases from the Philippines. Share nyo kasi sa amin eh. Hindi lang kayo nakakabasa nito eh. Di ba? Innovative approaches to address labor exploitation in the fishery supply chain. The case of tuna industry. Where do you put this? You upload it so that everybody can benefit. It's on a website. You promote your website then so that we know. Facilitating employment opportunities in the digital space. Ang ganda. Services of the digital labor market intermediaries. Then how will waste workers... Uy, ang ganda nito ha. Hindi nyo binigay sa akin to. Waste workers benefit examining, gusto to ni San Risa, just transitions and the circular economy paradigms in the waste sector. Ang ganda.
Ganda yan.
Ang gaganda ng mga inaaral. Hindi lang natin
may
nalalaman.
waste to energy bills tayo rito pinag-usapan. So very, very
Yes.
relevant po yan.
Yes. Perhaps they could also look into artificial intelligence and how it would affect the labor sector. Ayan, assignment ninyo.
policy brief, ma'am.
Meron policy brief. O sige, bigyan nyo kami.
Paper next
Okay,
Okay.
okay, yes.
So you see, it's worthwhile focusing on the smaller agencies also, Mr. President. Pero I think who's the head? May we know the name of the head of the ILS?
Janet Damo po.
Ma'am Janet?
Janet Damo. Damo.
Okay.
How long have you been there?
Kakalipat ko lang noong October, but I've been from NWPC, but I've been with the Institute
Miss-
for 19 years.
Miss Janet Damo.
Yes, Miss
DAMO.
Damo.
Yeah, Damo.
Damo. Sige, Ma'am Damo, you mentioned yung second function ninyo, you mentioned advocacy. Sa
Yes
advocacy,
po.
paano yan? What advocacies do you carry, and then binabudgetan pa natin yan? How do you advocate for your causes? Anong kausa po ito?
Okay, ma'am. Unang-una, we have also part of the PIDS network. And then ang aming
Under to
advocacy,
Sila ba dapat?
hindi po PIDS, we network with them, with our researchers.
Okay.
And then
Uh,
also,
Their advocacy, of course, will be on labor and employment, but they also work with the PIDS, and they have a network of researchers nationwide.
yun lang po yung sa PIDS. And then we have a research conference, ma'am, yearly on 28, 29.
Yeah.
We will present all our completed researches.
Researchers, okay. I think they could be utilized more, and they should be more high profile and more communicate their researches better, because they're very good subject matters. We want to see the quality of the research.
Let's give Ma'am Janet the chance. Do you have any wish list?
Oh, bigyan ka ng pagkakataon.
Dagdagan pa po ang aming manpower.
Manpower.
Okay.
But
Kasi
when
highly
pagdagdagan ang manpower nyo through MOE
Yes,
consultants, o mahirap ang PS plantilla sa DBM? MOE consultancies, research.
Yes,
Okay. It will be a joint amendment perhaps of the minority leader and myself to give you the wings to soar, but make sure you show us how the general public can benefit from your researches and your advocacy. To give them manpower, why, how many do you have now?
Ang technical ko lang less than 30.
Less than 30.
Okay.
Are they doing
Thank you
work?
to the ILS. Thank you. So, we will listen to your requests and tignan natin what we can do to...
Tama kayo, because all our policies here, you should influence our policy and share. If I may say, Mr. This is not part of your interpellation. Lahat ng mga maliliit o malalaki ng ahensya na gobyerno na research and policy, ilista natin yan, kailangan maggawa tayo ng general provision sa budget. Talagang sinishare, hindi lang i-upload sa website, to always share with our committee secretaries, with our secretariat, with all the 24 offices, so that we can utilize them. The legislature should use the executive department to help us in our policy making. Yeah. Because all this, hindi namin nakikita yung mga output nyo eh.
Sige po, like for example sa DFA, yung Technical Cooperation Council,
Yes.
tinignan din natin yun, napakaliit nun. Ang budget yata nun wala pang 10 million 2 to 3 million. Pero tinitignan, ang point po natin, nandyan na yan it's part of the government bureaucracy and structure. It must have a role to play. So, we want to empower you to be able to play the role that you're supposed to play. Kasi otherwise, kung lumalabas na wala na, you have outlived your purpose, or the world has changed, the government organization has changed, that the agency has lost its purpose na. So, remember that this administration has a right-sizing policy. So, okay, so this one, ano po natin to? Very important labor studies, because maraming changes Maraming changes in the labor terrain, Mr. President. AI will affect it. Ano pa, yung learning poverty siguro natin will also possibly affect our labor scenario, Mr. President. So, we need the guidance of the experts. Sige po. But how does one qualify to be an expert to conduct the studies under ILS? Anong mga degrees niyan? Anong mga competence po niyan?
Economics, in different disciplines po. Sociology.
There are different disciplines
Political
represented: political science, social science, economics.
Yeah, and their credentials are what?
May mga masterals, may mga doctorate din kayo.
Masteral lang.
But they don't necessarily have to be plantilla, right?
Plantilla po sila.
All your 30 are plantilla.
Plantilla po as of
But
now.
what they would need are more researchers who can be consultancy.
Yes po.
Siguro we can get guidance from PIDS. How does PIDS do it? Kumukuha sila ng experts. But at any rate, Mr. President, yun po yun. So, we were questioning the ILS because we want to support the ILS. Okay, yun po, ma'am. Can we now go to DOLE, the mother agency? At any rate, marami na po tayong tinanong doon sa committee hearing. So,
Can I have?
I'll just
Ang bago ni Connie.
siguro revisit the issue of your authorized yet unfilled positions, Secretary. Sana, pagdating sa DOLE, since labor and employment yung topic natin, we are also fully utilizing what the law has authorized us to fill up positions. Work ito eh. This is work. So, I just encourage the agency to be super conscious about this and be the exceptional agency as far as the filling up percentage is concerned. Filling up rate of the authorized positions. Kasi trabaho po yun, di ba? Once we fill up a position, di ba trabaho yun? We give a job to a person. So, and then, Mr. President, we just noticed on the basis of the regional distribution of the DOLE's budget, 12.9 billion pesos or 32% is allocated under the term nationwide. And then there is 16.7 billion pesos, which is around 41%, which is allocated under the term central office. So may we know the difference? What's the difference between a nationwide fund and a central office fund?
What's the difference?
Yung decentralized, it's scattered within the
nationwide
region.
means.
It's already within the region.
Yeah.
Centralized is central
Yeah.
office to be done.
Nationwide means, Mr. President, that it's already allocated in the region. And there should be some flexibility, of course, so that if there's any calamity or any need, then the Office of the Secretary would have, that's a central office.
That's why we asked the question, Mr. President. Kanino galit yung table? Sa kanila? Yes, we have a table on the regional distribution of the DOLE budget. Nandun ang there are already NCR, CAR, Region 1, up to
Yes.
Barma receives nothing, up to Caraga. Meron ng distribution doon of their budget. And yet there's still also a central office amount and a nationwide amount. So ang nationwide ba ay
Regional.
Yes, hindi pa siya distributed sa region. Naka-parking pa siya sa main office but meant for the regions? Ganun po ba yan?
The nationwide would mean it is already sub-allocated for the regions, Mr. President. And
No, ma'am, the
central-
sub-allocation for the regions are clear. I'll give you an example. Region 1, for the 2022 proposed budget, 525.7 million pesos. Region 1, nandun na. And then all the way to Caraga, may amounts po yan, different amounts. And yet we still have a nationwide
Regions, ano pa yung nationwide?
budget at 12.9 billion ba to? Billion pesos, Mr. President. Alam niyo bakit ko ito tinatanong? Kasi if this were meant for the regions, although not yet sub-allocated to the regions,
Sub-allocate na?
what is the decision-making process on how to touch this 12.9 billion pesos?
Yes. Mr. President, when it says nationwide, it is still in the central office, but it's meant to be allocated for the region, awaiting the work and financial plan of the regions. But it's meant for the regions.
Okay, so meaning to say there's still no formula yet on how it will be distributed.
Actually, every year
So-
this is done, no? Every year, historical data, the needs, but
It's basically on the needs.
it changes,
Yes. Per request.
depends on
Case to
calamities.
case,
It's mostly
case to
tupad.
case, per request, as long as it can be justified in the eyes of the secretary. Siya ba? Is that the secretary?
Not the secretary.
Who is deciding the distribution of that?
The bulk of which is tupad. And usually we download the money based in regions affected by calamities.
Yes, there's already the historical data, Mr. President, and these are mostly tupad, the cash for work, and it would depend also on the needs of the region when there are calamities and disasters and other needs. But it's already pre-allocated, just awaiting the work and financial plan. But there's also an allocation in the Office of the Secretary so that there's some flexibility. Because if you put it all, let's say, in a certain region, And some regions would need, wala ka nang ibibigay from the Office of the Secretary.
So the tupad funds are there in that centralized, yung kasali siya doon? Okay.
I'm sorry.
The tupad funds are part of the nationwide, of that amount I mentioned under nationwide category? Apo. Okay. So thank you for that explanation. So when it comes to tupad, yun yung mga, ito, we have just, I just want to start a policy debate with the secretary, pero we will not resolve it today kasi it's too late, and yan na yung budget ninyo. Let's respect your budget. Siguro ako, I find it strange that the Department of Labor and Employment has become a direct employer through these projects that they have, kahit emergency employment yun, at sa lumabas sa ating committee hearings, the employer actually is the DOLE. Sana,
Ano yun?
let's review this concept, Mr. President. I asked the department to review the program, as well as my office will also review the program. If you could just concentrate on your core mandate. Ito po yung inyong core mandates, the promotion of gainful employment opportunities and the optimization of the development and utilization of the country's manpower resources, the advancement of workers' welfare by providing for just and humane working conditions and terms of employment, and the maintenance of industrial peace by promoting harmonious, equitable, and stable employment relations that assure equal protection for the rights of all concerns. Baka kasi nadidistract tayo eh. Parang it's more of a DSWD function, Mr. President, in my opinion. So I'm just requesting the DOLE to siguro revisit this and let's have a friendly discussion about this point, Mr. President. Okay.
Well, we will revisit that, Mr. President. Thank you. May I ask for
Yes.
2-minute suspension?
Okay. Sige po.
1 minute suspension.
Session suspended.
Mr. President, during the committee hearing, sabi ko kasi na yung ating mga direct employment programs might be distorting the overall employment rate or figures being used by the President in his SONA. And I think it will be, I know during the committee hearing, it was pointed out that it's the PSA. So siguro if the DOLE, the PSA can sit down to define, with the help of the ILS, silang experts po rito, with the help of the ILS, to define who is an employed person, when is a person employed? Kasi I think it's unfair and it distorts our data if a person who received the minimum, the amount equivalent to minimum wage for 7 to 10 days in a year, and then he is considered to have been, is reported as having been employed. Unfair to him, unfair to policymakers, and unfair to the President who is announcing this, using this figure in his official statements.
Told Mr. President that the DOLE is using the International Labor Organization standard and definition of employment. But we will take into consideration your statement, and they are simply using the international standard as defined by the ILO.
So the employment rate being used by the President himself is a figure provided by the DOLE or by the PSA?
By the Philippine Statistics
Precisely.
Authority.
Yun ang lumabas na sa
They use the same standards, no? Both the PSA and the DOLE.
So okay, applying the same standard, do the two agencies have the same figure?
Using the same standards, the two agencies have similar figures?
We
Have
only
the
use
same
the
figure.
PSA.
You use
PSA
The
survey,
labor force surveys, which is quarterly.
because
Yeah.
they are the one who conducts the survey.
Because they
the PSA conducts the surveys for you.
Same
They're the
thing.
same.
Same
The
thing.
PSA conducts the surveys
Sige.
for the DOLE.
Yeah.
And they utilize, thank you, international standards.
And
Yes.
okay, under these claimed international standards that our survey taker, the PSA, is using, are those who are receiving our TUPAD and other temporary direct employment programs or
Yes.
benefits counted as having been employed?
I asked the same question, and the answer is in the affirmative, Mr.
Yes.
President. In short,
And is the report they are employed for the year? Ganun ba yun?
Hindi naman.
That's the employment rate for the year. Tama?
Monthly.
it is monthly done.
Okay, monthly.
Let's say, Mr. President, may tupad sa lugar na yon, 10 days up to 20, up to 30 days. Kung tatagalugin ko na, nahagip nung panahon ng survey, kasama po siya. Oo, ganun. So, kasi considered nagkatrabaho siya ng panahong yun eh.
Correct. But do we come up with an average employment rate for the year?
Yes.
Yeah.
The survey is done
That is the one
monthly.
that is distorted, Mr. President.
It is done monthly, and we can get an average annually, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Yes. And that is a distorted figure, Mr. President.
We would be
in my
happy-
opinion, so.
We hold your opinion in high regard, Mr. President. You know me, I look up. That's why I always ask you to join me in my hearings and in my BICAM of my bills. So we would be happy to receive from your honor a suggestion on how to improve it. While this has been historically done, there's always room for improvement. Please advise us how it can be better.
Yes,
Because
Mr.
I
President.
agree with you, if it's a temporary employment based on cash for work of 10, 20, up to 30 days, although it's done monthly and we can get the annual average, yes, we want to be more accurate and more specific. If there's a way to do it better, PSA, DOLE, and the Senate on how to be more precise in measuring employment and underemployment, we would be so happy to improve the methodology, how to measure our employment, because we don't want to fool ourselves.
Yes.
We want, alam kong pinupuntos ni Minority Leader wag natin linlangin ang ating sarili, ilan ba talaga sa 100, ilan na ngayon? 17 million, 10 million na Pilipino ang walang trabaho, hindi lang panandalian na 10 araw na nahagip sa survey, kung tas pagkatapos buong taon ay gutom na naman, ano talaga? Yan ang ibig sabihin ni minority leader at ako'y sumasang-ayon. So kung ano man yung pamamaraan na yon, yan ay hamon hindi sa DOLE lang, sa PSA, kasi nga meron tayong magandang programa at aminin ko maganda sa tupad, pero panandalian lamang. Maliban kung marunong yung natupad at gagamitin yan pang maliit na negosyo para sustainable. At yun ang palagi kong tinuturo sa kanila at minumungkahi sa kanila, at maglalagay ako ng special provision nga para yung tupad, hindi lang pagwawalis sa tabing kalye, kung hindi maaring maging puhunan para magkaroon ng maliit na negosyo, para beyond the 10 up to 30 days, may trabaho siya na pang sariling negosyo. Yun, di ba? Yun ang palagi kong sinasabi.
Yeah,
Kaya
Mr.
i-expand natin yung tupad na hindi lang walis-walis. Yung pwedeng parte ng kanyang self-employment.
Mr. President, Senator Ontiveros wants to interject something, Mr. President.
Yes, Senator Ontiveros is recognized.
Salamat, Mr. President, and with the indulgence of the good sponsor and the minority leader, yung isang naalala ko po dun sa line of questioning ng minority leader, isa sa mga long-standing na legislative initiatives kung papaano hindi ma-distort yung ating employment figures ay yung walang kamatayang security of tenure bill para ma-establish po yung mga bilang nating mga Pilipino na talagang may secure na empleo at bukod pa po dun sa shorter term na social protection programs tulad po ng tupad. So maraming salamat sa ating mga colleagues. Salamat po, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Ontiveros. Likewise, before the minority leader continues, I'd like to thank the Chair, our Senate President Pro Tempore, for being here in spite of her feeling hot under the weather since yesterday. Actually, nagpaparinig lang ako kay minority leader.
Yes, yes. I'm
Thank you very
I'm aware.
much, Mr. President, Presiding Chair. I welcome the interventions of the minority. They're always very helpful. I appreciate your concern for my health. I'm okay, and I learned so much from them, and we're willing to amend, improve, increase, decrease, whatever, based on their wizened interventions. But all of it is to increase. But thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm trying my best to keep my intervention short, Mr. President. Kaya nga, ano lang ito, mga 2 hours lang ito, Mr. President. Joking lang, last 2 questions na lang po, or 2 topics. The Deputy Minority Leader introduced the topic of security of tenure, so I think that's the contractualization issue. So may we just get the stand of the current Secretary of Labor on this contractualization issue?
Are you, tapos ba natin? Meron mga nakapending na. Nakapending. Anong position ba natin?
Kami ho, sinasabi namin na hindi naman lahat ng klase ng trabaho ay bawal mag-contractual.
Nagbago kasi ito, nasa laws
The Secretary and the whole DOLE keeps an open mind because, of course, we want benefits, security of tenure, complete benefits for all our workers. Pero merong mga industriya naman po na hindi pong permanente. Kamukha pag may project, di ba po? Pag mga may sinasubcontract, let's say, for workers, and seasonal. There are seasonal work. There's also per project work.
Yes.
How do you do that if the project has been completed?
Sige, ang sabi ko nga kay Senator Ontiveros, nalala ko nung nasa law school ako, iba pa ang labor code provision sa ngayon. So amended na siya. So
Tama naman yun.
apparently, the world economy, even the domestic economy is changing its form, its shape, and its mga other dynamics po dyan. So we may have adjusted, pero problem is, has it been already abused? I mean, have the bounds been exceeded? Have the players or the capitalists been playing the game already, Mr. President? Yun yung tanong natin. So,
Akin na nga yung pangalan nung...
we have an ILS. O sige, si ILS. Does ILS have a study
Ito
on...
po.
Okay.
Tapos na to, no? I-share nyo, malapit
Tignan
na.
natin, kuha tayong
Ilang
copy.
taon pa kaya? This year.
Okay.
This year
What,
is this month.
what is the general topic of the study, ma'am?
Ito po, parang nabasa ang inyong tinanong.
Oo nga.
Regulatory Impact Assessment of DOLE, Department Order 17417, which is contracting and subcontracting, an initial assessment of stakeholders' insights. So we have to balance it. Deep in our hearts, we always want our workers' welfare, which includes all the benefits. On the other hand, 99% of our economy are MSMEs. Tabi natin yung SMEs, but the M. If you regularize, let's say, all the workers in those micro-enterprises, kakayanin kaya ng micro-enterprises. So, dapat i-assess natin yon. Let's say there are seasonal projects, so seasonal workers, how do you regularize them if it is, let's say, in a province and they will move to another province? How do you regularize them for life, for 10 years, if it's a project that was completed in a few years? So this has to be assessed. I would readily say, of course, give it all. But we have to weigh our growing economy and look at the micro-enterprises and really consult with them. Let's say the weaving traditions, let's say, of a cooperative in a rural barangay, and you have 10 weavers, and you have to regularize them and pay them the minimum wage with all the benefits if we are to enact that law. Kakayanin kaya nung head nung kooperatiba na nag-hire ng 10 weavers sa lugar na yon? Diba? Kailangan din natin isipin po yon. So gustong-gusto ko po na magkabenepisyo lahat. Pero paano natin, at illegal na ba pag hindi nila sundin ang ating gagawing batas kung contractual lang yung pag-hire sa handloom na gumagawa ng ating mga suot na mga galing sa mga maliit na enterprise.
For the longest
Yeah.
time, yung mga small firms, we have already found a way to exempt them from the burdensome
Maybe may
regulations.
exemption.
The
Yeah.
problem is yung mga big business po using contractualization as a way to avoid and evade the other obligations and responsibilities imposed by law.
I agree with you, Mr. President.
Nakaimbento ng bagong klaseng employment. Ang general rule noon, 6 months, probation, after that, kung hindi ka terminate, magiging regular ka. So that's the problem. Yun yung principle no, sa law school, nasa law school po ako, yun ang medyo nagkaroon na ng mga different nuances.
Ako po
Mr.
isang
President.
ayon sa inyo at dapat talaga pag-aralan. Kaya dinidibdib ko itong pangatlong study. Kaya lang tayo sa Senado po, we're guilty of that eh. I always talk to our elevator girls because they
Yes,
are
yes,
their contract of service, the cleaners in our office.
Kaya nga,
Kaya I'm generous with them because we ourselves are guilty. This institution, we subcontract. And I hope that the companies who supply us with our elevator girls and our cleaners give them full benefits. I always talk to them about those things.
Sige po, that's why we have to separate the two issues. Otherwise, parati tayong malilihis. At
Because if
hindi natin
government
masosolve
itself
ito.
is guilty of doing
Yes,
that.
but government kasi is
Yes.
governed by the laws. May DBM tayo, may plantilla tayo. We cannot just hire who we want to hire. Ganun po
Yeah.
yun. So, samantala, we're talking about the private sector. So,
Okay.
separate, ang advice ko, let's separate this, imimix natin to. We will never go anywhere. We will never solve anything, the left or the right. So let's solve the left. Even if we cannot solve the right, let's solve the left side issue. Yun, contractualization sa private sector. And then dito naman sa gobyerno, i-separate po natin. Otherwise, wala po talaga mangyayari.
Okay.
So,
I will
merong-
take your lead, and I
Yes.
agree with you that we should take a second look at it, Mr. President, but focusing on those who can afford it. But I would just speak for the micro-enterprises, baka hindi kayanin, baka lalo silang mamatay. So, yeah.
Matagal na po natin na-discover ang paraan to exempt them.
Okay.
Meron tayo mga kahit sa mga may mga for less than 10 employees, may mga ganun na po tayo. That's an acceptable way of taking care of this micro and the small.
What was the old
Kaya
law?
natin gawin yan.
There was an old
My
law
question, ma'am.
exempting.
My question, ma'am, is we have an ILS study.
Yes,
Does
sir.
the ILS make conclusions?
You haven't finished your study, no? They have recommendations.
Sana may
Not
conclusion,
finished
may
your study.
recommendation, and may we get the conclusion on the recommendation?
Mr. President, hindi pa po tapos.
Yun na nga.
This year daw, which is this month.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Pag matapos this year,
pero-
do we expect that there is a conclusion?
There should
A
be a
recommendation,
conclusion.
a stand, a
Yes.
position?
There
Ganun
should
ba?
there will be a conclusion and a stand and a recommendation, because what is a study for if you just state the problem? Yes, definitely.
Okay, so we're looking forward to that product or output of the ILS.
Bakit may findings na kayo? Meron na silang preliminary findings.
Sige, pero yung final na lang po. Sabi niyo naman,
final na lang.
one more
Mahaba.
month.
I
One
can
more
read
month.
all of this.
One more month,
Yes.
sige po.
There's
That would-
preliminary findings. Antabayanan po natin yung final result po nila. And I take note of what the minority leader said. There should be clear policy recommendations, solutions, and action points how we can solve it. Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
okay. So, excited na kami ni Senator Tolentino to make that our Christmas vacation reading, Mr. President, that study of the ILS.
And for possible filing of bills in January after the reading, maybe they should do that. The action items for the executive to do, and for policy, they should draft the measures that we can file.
Sige.
And we can even encourage it to be in the LEDAC if acceptable, right?
Sige, last topic, Mr. President. The International Labor Organization sent a high-level mission here to the Philippines in January to investigate killings of workers and union leaders.
Last January.
A joint report submitted by trade union groups to the ILO mission detailed several killings. According to the Kilusan Mayo Uno, there have been 72 workers and unionists killed in the Philippines since 2016. 4 of those deaths occurred after the ILO mission's visit in January. So, and then we noticed that there is an EO23, or the Interagency Committee for the Protection of the Freedom of Association and Right to Organize of Workers, and the members are from the DOJ, DILG, DND, DTI, NSC, and PNP. Wala pong DOLE, Mr. Secretary?
Dole is part of it, Mr. President.
So my information is not accurate. Pero what
You're the
what
vice
has been now the accomplishments of this interagency committee for the protection and the freedom of association and the right to organize of workers?
Mr. President, pagkatapos po ng pagpunta ng ILO high level January of this year, nagpatuloy po yung konsultasyon para po mabuo nga yung roadmap kasama po ang mga labor at employer sectors at mga ahensya ng gobyerno. Last August, pinasa po ng National Tripartite Industrial Peace Council yung resolution number 3 that you mentioned, na pa-aproba ng tripartite roadmap. At napakalo po sa roadmap yung mga strategies para ma-resolve yung concerns. Kasama na rito po yung pagpalakas ng investigative capacity ng law enforcement agencies, support to strengthen the Commission on Human Rights bilang isang constitutional body na may mandatong protektahan ng karapatang pantao, ang patuloy na pag-review ng mga guidelines 2011 and 2012, ang tagal nito, guidelines upang paigtingin ang pagrespeto ng legitimate activities on the right to organize at ang pag-conduct ng capacity building and training to promote common understanding of freedom of association between the sectors and government stakeholders. Nagkaroon ng discussion ang labor at employer sectors with the Office of the ES and EO23 and their recommendations. There are more issues here. Honestly, I find these answers, which I read, very general.
Meron
I
na
just
pong-
read it into the record. I'm not happy with this answer, so I'm answering it in behalf of the agency I'm defending, but I agree with you. I think we should have more action based on the visit of the ILO. Yeah, because these are very, to strengthen the police, to strengthen CHR, I mean,
But-
strengthen in what ways?
Response po yun dun sa recommendation ng ILO.
Yes, yes.
But those who cry for justice, Mr. President, those who cry for justice, the
nangyari?
grieving, the families left behind, meron na bang na solve na kaso, may na bang nakasuhan at na convict as far as we know?
Wala akong alam. May na-file, pero
May na file na. Okay.
um, this,
Kasi ma'am, yun naman yung mga kaso, dinatnan namin yun since 2009. But
there were
immediately-
cases since 2009.
Immediately, we acted on it and accepted the ILO
Yes,
high-level mission.
yes,
There
yes.
was the creation of the Interagency Committee
Yes.
because the focus po rin ng report is that yung walang coordination, yung mga
Yes,
ahensya ng Department of
correct. So
Gobyerno.
what you did is to
Ginawa na po
coordinate.
natin ngayon.
Very clear. There were many,
Specific.
yes, there were many cases, most of which were already there when the DOLE secretary took over. So I believe that the action that they did was to create the clearer coordination by coming up with a tripartite roadmap upon the visitation of the ILO early this year.
Sige po, so I hope,
Of course, and I have
ano,
faith that the present DOLE leadership, I guess even the past, we don't want labor leaders and unionists to be harmed in any way.
Yes.
All of us in this body would agree to that. And so, meron bang na-convict? I'm sure there are cases that have been filed. Now, that's in another branch of government, and we have to also urge them to do a speedy trial and conviction if deemed.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. A last question na lang po on labor unionism. What's the state of labor unionism in the Philippines? What's the trend or the pattern that you see? Is it weakening? Is it strengthening, Mr. President?
I have a list of registered organizations for the last 5 years. 2023,
Siguro, Mr. President, if they can just submit the report with charts, sana. Who's studying it? Is ILS also the body which can study this, the trend in labor unionism?
there is a registry of all the unions and registered organizations. It's a Bureau of Labor Relations. Who's the head of our bureau?
That's within DOLE. Oh.
Within DOLE.
Sige,
Yeah,
okay.
the lady is here. Can you kindly submit a report to the minority leader? Ako na rin on ito matrix of registered union, labor union organizations. I'm sorry?
With some,
Yeah, and some notation, not just numbers, but a description of their advocacy, yes, and if there are cases that have been filed, the status of cases filed against union leaders, yeah.
Di, ang labor unions kasi, Mr. President, actually, positive nga yan. Hindi dapat negative yan. Hindi dapat kinakatakutan yan. That should be encouraged to be formed. Actually, their role is actually to be a vehicle for employees or labor's concerns so that we can better achieve this industrial peace that we are all after. So, can I hear from the DOLE what is the specific role or value of a labor union from the point of view of the Department of Labor and Employment?
It's to bring forth the status or the needs of the welfare of our workers, Mr. President, very clearly.
Okay. Strength in numbers, and that will be their vehicle to voice out their concerns. So that's why dapat palakasin po natin ang formation of labor unions and rather than discouraging it. So I want to see the figures. Gusto ko makita yung trend sa numbers. Not only in the number of union members, but maybe the membership and then the number of establishments with labor unions, Mr. President. Huwag natin sila katakutan. We should encourage them, and we can better achieve the industrial peace and harmony that we are all after, Mr. President.
Thank you for that. We take note of that. And of course, we are always after the welfare of our workers, for after all, they are the the machine that runs our economy, right? So kailangan natin alagaan ang ating human capital, our human resource.
Yes, they are the creative,
Social,
human
economic force.
beings, creative and productive, yes, running
Yes.
our economy. Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Thank
Our
you, Mr.
human
President,
capital.
for the patience of the DOLL family. Except TESDA. TESDA is not here before us now. So, and of course, our sponsor for her patience and her very direct responses, Mr. President. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, our Minority Leader, Majority Leader.
Mr. President, we now recognize Senator Ontiveros to interpolate the budget of the Department of Labor and Employment and its agencies.
Our Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros, is recognized.
Salamat po, Mr. President. Good sponsor, I just have a few questions, or I just have a few topics, if the good sponsor would allow. First of all, thank you, good sponsor. Before those topics, I would just like to join with the expression of the Minority Leader supporting the principle of security of tenure, and really would encourage the DOLE to even more proactively contribute to affirming it and expressing it in 2023 terms, alang-alang po sa ating mga manggagawang Pilipino. For my first topic, good sponsor, Mr. President, on promoting and maintaining industrial peace, which the Minority Leader also just mentioned. I'd like to ask about some labor cases for which labor unions and organizations have requested my office's assistance. Pero bago po nun, maaari po bang malaman ang monitoring ng DOLE pagdating sa mga unfair labor practices at violations of workers' rights at violations din ng labor code?
Yes.
Kasi yung unfair labor
Yes,
practice
iba yun.
act.
Yes. Well, Mr. President, thank you for that question. When it comes to labor standards, they do it by inspection, right? And if it's unfair labor practices, they depend on the complaints. So complaints must be waged, must be filed, right? Yes. So unfair labor practices or violation of labor standards, which includes wages.
Thank you, good sponsor. I'm sorry, I didn't catch the first term. They do the monitoring by profession? Was that the word?
Pag yung may complaint ay when it's wage based, they do it by inspection and investigation.
Okay.
If it's unfair labor practices,
It's complaint-based.
it is based on the complaints and they will do an investigation and conciliation and mediation.
All right. Maraming salamat, good sponsor. So, kumbaga, may iba't ibang triggers para umaksyon ang DOLE. So, for some, the trigger may be inspection leading to investigation. So, mas proactive, pwedeng motu proprio na monitoring. Samantala, sa ibang klaseng mga alleged violations, kailangan complaint nung nagsasabing nilabag yung karapatan nila ang magti-trigger at papunta din sa investigasyon at maaring
Conciliation and
magbunga sa conciliation or mediation efforts. Of course, alam din po natin na kapag regular at proactive yung monitoring, baka dumami yung mga kaso na pwedeng motu proprio umaksyon ang DOLE on behalf of the laborers. Ganon din po, good sponsor, sa mga pagawaan at mga kumpanya na hindi nagbabayad ng social welfare benefits tulad ng SSS, Pag-ibig at PhilHealth premiums ng kanilang mga empleyado. Ano din po ba ang monitoring ng DOLE tungkol dito?
Inspections, Mr. President. And they can do it, the DOLE can do it, motu proprio, but inspections are also done, and then they recommend it to the agencies let's say, Pag-ibig or SSS sa private sector. Yeah.
Salamat, good sponsor. Maganda po yun, no, na ang DOLE nagbibigay din ng rekomendasyon, hindi lamang sa pamamagitan ng kanilang attached agencies, pero pati doon sa mga pension institutions at saka universal healthcare institutions natin na namamahala sa ganitong mga benepisyo ng ating mga manggagawa. Ano naman po, good sponsor, yung update sa status ng numbers, status ng mga numeron in relation, kaugnay sa monitoring ng DOLE sa ULP cases? Tumataas po ba o dumadami ba yung mga unfair labor practices at ganitong mga violations?
Dumadami ba? Kumukonti? Dumadami, kumukonti. Unfair labor practices ng mga kaso. Bumaba? Okay. Okay. This is based on the National Labor Relations Commission as of July 2023, wala?
As of 5
Really?
years po. 5 years po.
Yes. Received cases in 2022, 140, in 2021, 208, so it went down. And as of July 2023, zero?
Wala po. Yes po.
Wala pa. So, that's good. These are the received cases, Mr. President. So we can say that it went down because from 208, it was 2022 was 140, and as of July, so mid-year, 0 cases received
Of that nature.
of that nature in the NLRC.
The same trend, almost the same difference of, let's say, 5, less than 10.
In the Conciliation and Mediation Board, which I mentioned earlier, the trend is also, there's also a downtrend, Mr. President. So that's good. That means people are complying, right? More or less. Or they just don't report, or whatever, basta, they're complying, yeah.
Salamat, good sponsor.
Or there's no violation,
It would be something to be celebrated kung pwede nating masiguro na kumbaga 100% yung monitoring at 100% din yung kakayahan ng mga manggagawa to file complaints when complaints are actually called for. Kaya rin yung unang tanong ko sa DOLE ay tungkol sa monitoring at yung motu proprio na pagkilos ng ating departamento alang-alang sa mga manggagawa. Particular po halimbawa sa Holcim Cement sa Davao. Maaari ba tayo makapagbigay ng agarang resolusyon pabor sa mga manggagawa, lalo na kung meron namang matibay na basehan para sa unfair labor practice cases?
What happened to the Holcim case?
Settled na po siya.
It's been settled?
It's a bargaining deadlock issue, but the same is settled. The CBA was signed last November 13. Settled na po siya.
So, based on the DOLE, Mr. President, the Holcim Philippines Davao issue has been resolved as of just last month.
As of October 20,
October, yes.
the CBA was signed November 13.
Pirmahan na ng CBA.
There was a CBA that was signed,
November 13.
November 13 lang.
oh, just recently, just yesterday.
Yesterday.
Yesterday. Yes. Monday. There was a collective bargaining agreement that was signed just last Monday. So
Salamat.
hopefully it would lead to industrial peace.
Salamat, good sponsor. At dun sa update tungkol sa pagpirma ng CBA, kasi itatanong kung nga po sana, kung sinasabi ng departamento na settled or resolved yung kaso, paano po ito na settle or resolved? Halimbawa, ano po bang mga naging issue na na-resolution na po sa CBA? Meron po bang major features ng CBA na tumutugon tumutugon dun sa mga isyung ni-raise ng mga manggagawa ng Holcim? Dahil sa pagkakaalam ko po, unfair labor practices po yung naging issue nila.
Senator, yung pong unfair labor.
Yeah, let me just read this, no? Sa kaso ng Holcim Philippines, nagsumite ng notice of strike ang Davao Holcim Workers Union noong Agosto 25 dahil sa bargaining deadlock at unfair labor practice. Kabilang ang pakikialam umano ng HPI sa internal na usapin ng union at pagbawas ng benepisyo. Sa kabilang banda, nagsumiti rin ng notice of lockout ang HPI noong Setyembre 20. Inakusahan ng HPI ang what is DAHEWU, Davao Holcim, okay, ng bargaining in bad faith at patuloy pagpumilit at mapanatili ng kasalukuyang retirement plan. Anyway, so it's been solved. At matapos sa 14 na mediation conference noong Oktubre 20, nagkasundo ang partido sa mga sumusunod na terms ng bagong CBA. 1,200 pagtaas ng sahod sa Abril 2023 at 24, pagbigay ng overtime meal allowance at uniforme, 12,000 gratuity pay, pag-refer ng usapin sa retirement plan, sa grievance machinery sa planta, at ang retroactivity ng CBA na tinakda noong Abril of this year. Nagkasundo rin ang HPI at DAHEWU na i-drop na ang NS at NL panatilihin ang mga kasalukuyang probisyon ng CBA hinggil sa iba pang mga usapin kung saan may deadlock. So, tinatayang umabot sa halagang 9.1 million ang nagkasundo ang package ng CBA. So, yes, so that's like a timeline of their talks.
Maraming salamat para sa update na yon, good sponsor, Mr. President. Lalo na dahil dinetalye po yung ilan sa mga issue na ni-raise ng Union, kung bakit din sila nag-issue noon ng notice of strike. At mabuti po na yung iba pang mga issue na hindi pa naresolba sa loob ng kasalukuyang CBA, mukhang may intensyon na patuloy na mag-engage yung dalawang partido dito at papunta sana din sa resolution. Mabuti rin po na may reference sa retroactivity nung ilan sa mga napagkasunduan dito sa CBA. Kung maaari, good sponsor, makahingi ng kopya nung CBA para sa patuloy naming pag-follow up at pakikipagsuporta sa Union. And well noted po yung binanggit din ng good sponsor na ida-drop yung earlier notices both of strike and of lockout.
Yes, Ms. Tess Cancio of the Conciliation and Mediation Board will give Your Honor a comprehensive report on the collective bargaining agreement reached between the union and Holcim Group.
Maraming
Thank you.
salamat, good sponsor, at kay Ms. Cancio din. At aasahan ko po yun. Sunod naman po, good sponsor, on the right to self-organization and collective bargaining. Maaari po bang malaman yung data sa mga labor unions and organizations? Nadagdagan po ba ang mga organized labor unions sa naitanong din po ng minority leader? At ano ang ginagawa ng DOLE para maipromote at masuportahan ang mga manggagawa ukol dito sa kanilang karapatan?
Can we just submit the report? The good lady, minority leader, is asking for the list of all the unions and the right to self-organization and collective bargaining, and what DOLE is doing to assist them.
Yes, good sponsor, what DOLE is doing to promote and support their right to organize and to engage in CBA.
Okay, initially, Mr. President, I know that there's a memorandum, a MOA, that was inked between and among the DOLE, the UP College of Law, and the UP Law Center ay nagalayong magpatupad ng mga cooperative programs at initiatives para matulungan ang mga manggagawa na maunawaan at maisakatuparan ang kanilang mga karapatan. Ito ay may mga bahagi gaya ng workers and employees program, training sa mga paralegals, at marami yan. May mga layunin, mga saklaw, kahalagahan, meron din legal representation at assistance. Mahaba po ito. So, hingin ko po sa DOLE, magsumite ng kanilang programa. And I would say that this is a good move to partner with the UP Law Center, College of Law, so that we can have more brains together on how to help. So the paralegal training for the workers and employees program and legal representation and assistance, that's a good initiative. Are there any more?
I agree, good sponsor, at salamat po para doon. Sana sa datos na isusumite ng DOLE tungkol sa bilang ng mga labor unions at organizations, isama na po yung obserbasyon nila kung nadadagdagan po ba ang mga ito o kung tulad sa obserbasyon ng marami ay lalo pang nababawasan yung kakaunti na nga sa ngayon. At ilan po sa kasalukuyan ang mga merong kaso ng illegal termination of union officers and members dahil sila ay sumali o nagtayo ng union?
Would you have that? Would you have that?
Mas usually po kasi kapag file ng complaint sa lagi may allegations.
Yeah.
Most cases, pwedeng may award on monthlies but no findings of allegations lang po.
Well, the DOLE, Mr. President, has received complaints, allegations of unfair labor practices. And they can give you a list. Do you have a list of all those? Ang dami.
Siguro po we can give them a list but karamihan na nadidismiss wala.
We'll give them the list of allegations of unfair labor practices. I cannot categorically say that they are accurate or not. These are allegations, and it is investigated internally, right?
No, complaints po.
Complaints are filed, then the National Conciliation Mediation Board would investigate, as well as the National Labor, the two boards, the NCMP and the NLRC would look into it. There are pending cases, right? Filed cases, allegations.
Thank you.
Due process
Good
is
sponsor.
given to both. That was also the request of the minority leader. Could I answer by saying that both the NLRC and the NCMP would submit to the body the list of complaints and allegations?
Salamat, good sponsor. Bukod dun sa list of complaints and allegations or sa loob nun, yung bilang din po nung mga illegally terminate na union officers and members dahil lang sumali sila sa union or nagtayo ng union. Kung may datos ng ganon ang DOLE.
Yes, they will come up with that. They don't have it right now, yes, but we will provide.
Thank you, good sponsor.
Thank you.
Opo. Kasi ang premise ko po ay kapag may ganong reklamo o aligasyon ang manggagawa o ang union, ay may kahit 1% na bias ang DOLE na may katotohanan dito. Kasi ang bawat sektor naman, halimbawa sa loob ng cabinet ng gobyerno, ay mayroong primary constituency na china-champion. At para po sa ating mga manggagawa, walang iba yun, kundi ang DOLE. Actually, naibahagi ko na po ito sa Good Secretary nung kanilang confirmation hearing. Kumbaga, hayaan na natin halimbawa ang DTI na pangunahing mag-champion sa management, pero ang DOLE pangunahing mag-champion sa labor. Anyway, sa cabinet ay kumbaga nagko-contest sila para sa in terms of programs and then sa atin naman dito sa Kongreso in terms of policy, paano pwedeng i-uphold yung karapatan, of course, ng lahat, pati sa due process na sinabi ng good sponsor, pero sa mga problema ng labor, inaasahan po nila na ang pangunahing magcha-champion sa kanila ay walang iba kundi ang DOLE. So salamat good sponsor para dun sa datos na ibibigay ng DOLE kaugnay nitong recent na tanong ko.
Thank you.
Salamat po. Isang konkretong halimbawa dito, yung kumpanya ng Dongguan Clark Corporation of Sun Valley Group of Companies sa Clark, Pampanga, kung saan ay tinanggal nga ang mga officers ng nasabing unyon. Maari ba nating mabigyan ng assistance na mapabilis ang settlement of cases pabor sa mga manggagawa? Kasi hindi naman po dapat nagiging dahilan ng pagkawala ng trabaho dahil sila ay nag-organize ng union at nag-exercise ng kanilang karapatan.
Thank you. Is Your Honor referring to the Dongguan Clark?
Yes, good
Yes,
sponsor.
in Clark Freeport Zone. Yes, I believe that there was a case filed in 2020, July, and they withdrew the case on August of that year. And it was learned that the union and management settled amicably all issues.
Mari po
And
bang-
the details of the settlement were not divulged because it was an internal settlement within the corporation.
Salamat, good sponsor. Naunahan na yung follow-up statement ko sana o hiling dun sa sinabing yung amicable settlement ay nanatiling internal ang detalye. Pero nag-ripen na siya sa isang kaso nung Hulyo 2020. So I suppose that means tinake cognizance of na ng DOLE. In fact, nasa
but-
kanila ang detalye nung
Yes, the case was
kaso.
withdrawn in August of 2020. And then they talked about it. I think we all look forward to peace and mediation and conciliation. We don't like prolonged cases because it's tiring and expensive for both, right, including the workers. So we hope that the workers were happy with the decisions made, but I am told that the case was withdrawn in that year.
Well, if the case was withdrawn, good sponsor, in theory, in principle, karapatan yun ng union kung i-withdraw nila. Pero yun na nga po, the fact na it ripened into a case, ibig pong sabihin yung mga prior na proseso sa pagitan ng union at ng management ay hindi nagbunga ng acceptable o mutually acceptable resolution, kaya po umabot sa paghain ng kaso. Baka nga ito isa sa mga sitwasyon na kahit may sinasabing confidentiality, na baka mas pwede pa ngang mag-exercise, gumamit ng motu proprio powers or mandate or responsibility ang DOLE, alamin kung talaga bang maayos yung naging kasunduan. Yes, we are for peace, we are for industrial peace, and it must be a peace with justice. Hindi yung peace na isang panig lamang ay masaya at yung isang panig ay hindi natin alam kasi nga confidential di umano. Ayaw natin sa masyadong maraming confidential these days. Confidential yung detalye, baka kung ako nagtatrabaho sa DOLE, sa ilalim ng ating good secretary, baka sa ganyang mga sitwasyon, mas gugustuhin ko pang malaman yung detalye para siguruhin na naging may hustisya sa parehong panig yung kasunduan, because that's the only kind of a just resolution that will lead to a real and lasting peace.
Mr. President, sang-ayon po tayo na ang hangarin natin lahat ay magkaroon ng hustisya, lalo na para sa ating mga manggagawa. Natutuwa naman tayo na nagkaroon ng kaayusan internally sa kanilang kumpanya. At we always assume na nagkaayusan po sila ay nabigay ang kagustuhan. Bagamat gusto po ng DOLE malaman lahat ng mga pinag-usapan, pinagkasundoan po nila, ay kailangan din po natin balansihin po ang role ng gobyerno at ang respetuhin ang pribadong sektor, kasi po kung ang gobyerno po ay paghihimasukan lahat na lang po ng usaping pribado ng pribadong sektor, baka naman po ma-misconstrue ng mga investors, ng negosyo, lahat po yan. Pero hindi po ibig sabihin na hindi po nakikialam ang DOLE at walang pakialam ang DOLE sa hangari magkaroon ng hustisya para sa ating mga manggagawa. Kaya ng sinabi ko po ay merong final na kaso, winidraw po yung kaso. So, ang magagawa lang po ng DOLE, I am told, ay mag-monitor po at hindi yatang maaring maghimasok kaagad. Subaybayan, pero hindi pwedeng maghimasok. I'm not sure if you have the right to compel them to divulge. No, we cannot. Yes.
Salamat, good sponsor.
I could easily answer you by saying, yes, we'll do it, but I have to be careful as well because we're going on record now. And if we say that government can compel any private company or investors, big or small, then we would probably be violating also, and it would be overreaching our duty, right? So it's a balancing act. But you are monitoring all cases where there are as best as you can.
Meron pong mga potential na we'd like to look to monitor also.
Yes. Okay.
Salamat, good sponsor. Dun sa usapin ng sinasabi nating balanse, igigiit ko pa rin po na yung balanse, baka hindi yan yung unang hinahanap natin. Kasi may pinakamataas naman na level dun sa cabinet. Pero yung sa level ng bawat departamento, bilang mamamayan at bilang mambabatas rin, ina-expect ko na ang bawat departamento, isipin nila na may second level pa naman kung saan maghahanap ng balanse dun sa strongest positioning ng bawat isa nila, bawat departamento. And kung dadami yung mga instances, dahil mayroon na, kung dadami palalo yung mga instances na talagang ang DOLE ay itataguyod yung karapatan ng manggagawa at not second thought, pero second moment na nila yung balanse kasi may cabinet pa naman, nandun pa yung Office of the President, lalo kung susuportahan yung DOLE dyan at ang secretary. Kaya ko mayat-maya sinasabi na ang inaasahan po ng manggagawa, ang DOLE, ang pangunahing magcha-champion sa kanila.
Syempre.
In the same way, na ang management ay pwedeng asahan na ang DTI ay pangunahing magcha-champion sa kanila. And in particular, in this case, good sponsor, relevant ito dahil pagkatapos nga ng nagkaroon ng amicable settlement na sinasabi, confidential pa yung mga detalye nito, ang
Pwede
isang
kayo
bagong
mag-request
development
ng
ay ang management ay nag-file ng petition para ikansela ang registration ng union ngayong September 2023 lamang. So parang hindi yan act in good faith, mula sa management patungo sa union. Hindi yan nagmumukang gagawin ng isang panig sa kabilang panig pagkatapos nila magkaroon ng amicable settlement. It doesn't look so amicable kapag yung one party ay magfa-file sila ng petition para mawala na sa existence yung kabilang panig. Na muli, isang sitwasyon na hindi ko alam kung naghihintay din ng union ng aksyon mula sa DOLE.
Okay.
Ang konti na nga good sponsor ng mga union sa ngayon, kumukonte pa nga sa pagkaalam namin. Tapos ngayon, may isang management magfa-file ng petition to cancel registration ng isa pang union.
We take note of your concerns, and of course, let me just put on record that the DOLE must, and they do, champion the welfare of our workers. As I said earlier, sila po ang ating engine of social and economic governance and development. Pag sila po'y hindi tratuhin ng tama at kakulangan ng benepisyo ng pribado or ng pamahalaan din na sektor, ay hindi po aandar ang ating ekonomiya. And so I am one with you in thinking and making DOLE confirm that, of course, they should not renege on their on their commitment to champion the welfare of the Filipino workers. So yes, the good secretary has been in Dole for quite a while, spanning 2 administrations. I'm sure deep in his heart and soul, as well as a competent women and men in the attached agencies and the corporation, they of course care for the welfare of the Filipino workers. And all they're saying is that while a case has been resolved internally, they simply will monitor but may not be able to intervene. But the secretary has even mentioned to me, if you like to look more into this case, he is willing to see you in your office to
Thank you,
discuss
good
this
sponsor,
case,
and to the good
in
secretary.
particular in Clark, and help satisfy your questions regarding this case, because it is one of many, many thousands of cases. He may not have the information as of now into this specific company in Clark Freeport Zone. But generally speaking, of course, we all champion the workers' welfare. Of course, we respect every union body's, union organization's right to represent our workers, and that's important. Of course, all the cases filed must proceed effectively, judiciously, as quick as possible to give justice to our labor sector. With regard to that case, however, the Secretary himself will clarify issues with you to the best of his ability, but we do not have a copy of the collective bargaining agreement on that Dongwang Corporation in Clark Freeport Zone.
Thank you, good sponsor, and I look forward to that talk with the good secretary. Salamat po para doon. Ang huling paksa ko po, good sponsor, on tripartism. Pwede po bang malaman ang nakalaang budget para sa pagpapalakas ng NTIPC monitoring body?
You're asking, I'm sorry, Mr. President,
Yes,
for
it's
the
all right,
budget,
good sponsor. Yes po. Ano
the
po yung
tripartite and social dialogue. Is that?
budget
Yes.
para sa pagpapalakas opo ng NTIPC monitoring body?
That's the mechanism po.
Yes.
We do tripart-
And the budget allocated for that program would be 19 million.
19
That's in
million.
our GAB, right?
Thank you, good sponsor.
19 million.
At kaugnay din po ng mga naunang tanong tungkol sa right to self-organization, meron po kasing recommendation ang mga labor centers na magkaroon ng sariling staff at personnel. Para ang monitoring body, ito nga pong NTIPC, ay makapag-establish po sila ng tripartite validation teams at the regional level at para din sa trainings and capacity building ng said program. Ito po ay isang rekomendasyon halimbawa ng nagkaisa labor center. Sasapat na po ba yung 19 million para sa ganitong
Budgets,
sariling staff
Mr.
at
President,
personnel?
budgets are never sufficient.
Opo, good sponsor.
Ang proposed na karagdagang budget para sa tripartism ay gagamitin para mapalakas sa mga monitoring mechanisms at makapagsagawa ng mga capacity building activities, hindi lamang para sa manggagawa at employers, ngunit maging sa hanay ng gobyerno at ng uniform personnel. So may mga rekomendasyon dito, marami, ang dami nito. Okay. So it's never enough. Ang DOLE po ay nagsimula na rin na tuparin ang mga commitments sa ilalim ng nasabing roadmap upang palakasin ang tripartite monitoring bodies at ang ugnayan sa pagitan ng mga kaukulang ahensya. May mga ginawa sila gaya ng pagtatag sa pagganap ng pangkalahatang pangasiwa at monitoring ng Convention 87, kaugnayang issue ang papel ng mga regional directors na tinulungan ng mga arbiters sa mga reyon sa pagbibigay ng tulong, koordinasyon at monitoring ay pinalakas din. Nagsagawa ng capacity building para sa tauhan ng DOLE na bahagi ng regional tripartite monitoring bodies sa iba't ibang region kasama ang Cordillera, Region 2 at 3. Bakit kaya yun lang? Anyway, tinalakay at saklaw, mahaba po eh. So we can give you a full report
Thank you,
on
good
the
sponsor.
Tripartite Advisory Council, but regarding your question if 19 million, I am certain it's not enough.
Thank you, good sponsor.
But minority leader has a right to amend. So perhaps we could also study it if they can give a proposal. As long as they can obligate it and utilize it, I would be happy to support your amendment to improve tripartism.
Thank you, good sponsor. I'll get back to the Nagkaisa Labor Center kung meron silang particular proposal din, and be glad to work with a good sponsor
Saan po yung
on this
Nagkaisa?
moving forward. Good sponsor?
Saan po yung nagkaisa?
Isa po siyang national
No, saan?
labor center.
National.
Yes po.
They're represented
Nationwide.
regionally. Yes.
Opo,
Yes.
nakikipag-ugnay din po sila kina SEC, sa Good Secretary. And sa huli, good sponsor, we appreciate the efforts of Secretary Laguesma in receiving the ILO high-level mission na binanggit din ng Minority Leader early this year. However, there is a concern about the labor representatives in the NTIPC with regard to the roadmap na binanggit na rin ng good sponsor. The roadmap for freedom of association that was submitted to the ILO early September. This is important to end trade union repression that may affect even our trade relations with the EU and the US, which currently put a premium on labor rights.
What is the question? Did you present a roadmap?
Okay. So at the moment, good sponsor, this is just a manifestation
Okay,
on the
very
part
clear.
of this
Yes.
representation. Pero
Yes.
dahil itong ILO high-level mission
dear.
ay pinakamahalagang recent, or isa sa pinakamahalagang recent development,
Yes, dear.
dahil itong ILO high-level mission ay isa sa pinakamahalagang recent development, at mahalaga din po yung roadmap for freedom of association, patuloy ko na lang pong i-follow up yung implementasyon nito kasama ng good sponsor at kay Secretary din. So maraming salamat po, good sponsor, at sa Dole family. Salamat, Mr. President.
Thank you very much for the interventions and suggestions of the good Deputy Minority Leader. As I always say, both the minority and the Deputy Minority have always been giving us wizened and enlightened suggestions. Thank you. May I go to...
Thank you, Minority Leader.
Si Cheese, magtanong ka.
Majority Leader.
Sige na, pagkatapos na. 1 minute.
Session suspended.
President, we now recognize Senator Escudero for a brief manifestation.
Senator Escudero is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Majority Leader. This is not really a manifestation, but rather a suggestion at the proper time during the period of amendments, if the distinguished sponsor will accept the suggestion from this representation. This pertains to the TUPAD program of DOLE. Mr. President, Your Honor. When I was governor, Mr. President, Your Honor, the province had a similar program to TUPAD, but without the restrictions after we were hit by a calamity, specifically a typhoon. It served us well in the sense that we were not giving dole-outs to our constituents, but giving them, essentially, it was called at that time, food for work, or very similar to the DOPAD program, until these people were able to recover from the effects of the typhoon. But the deal was for them not to clean and repair their own house, but to clean and repair the house of their neighbor, and they can do it among themselves. This enabled our affected barangays at that time in Sorsogon to recover from the typhoon and calamity with their heads held up high and without really depending on dole-outs and asking for help without giving anything in return. So may I suggest, Mr. President, Madam Sponsor, that we either suggest to DOLE to amend the guidelines of TUPAD or include in the special provision the changes to expand the coverage of TUPAD as follows. Number one, it can be for more than 90 days, and it can include the same person more than once in a calendar year if it is for the purpose of helping them recover from a calamity, a pandemic, or a tragedy. Perhaps the distinguished sponsor would also join me in expanding it further to include wasted and severely wasted children's parents or siblings. Again, by way of example, in the province of Sorsogon, when I was governor, we included a comprehensive program to include giving work and compensation to the parents of severely wasted and wasted children, which will last for at least 180 days, as the good sponsor would know, at a minimum, and not simply 90 days. So may we ask that the guidelines of DOLE on the TUPAD program be tweaked along these lines. And as a final point, Mr. President, Your Honor, may we suggest at the proper time that we carve out from the calamity fund of the President an amount as a QRF fund for the DOLE, similar to what I mentioned, using TUPAD to help areas affected by calamities to recover.
Very good ideas. I accept all.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. The point I'm driving at is...
Just to summarize, the special provision as stated for the implementation of TUPAD, we accept and I agree, and I've been discussing that with them, but you're able to say it so brilliantly. Second, carving out in the Office of the President, it's not under me, it would be the subcommittee chair of OP, so that the DOLE, which has no QRF as of now, deserves a QRF. So I believe that the process would be the subcommittee chair and with the concurrence of the chair of the Committee on Finance, if they could get from the OP QRF budget on NDREAM. Are you referring to, not to the confidential and
the calamity
intelligence
fund,
funds,
Madam Sponsor,
calamity fund
of the President?
So that a dedicated amount can be allocated for DOLE QRF.
May I
agree,
suggest
Mr. President.
500
Yes.
million, Madam President? I don't think the President will complain nor object because the Secretary at the end of the day is his alter ego.
Yes.
The Secretary will not do anything unless the President tells him to do so or accedes to it or agrees to it.
From the NDREAM.
NDREAM fund then.
Yes. The former chair of the Committee on Finance has brilliant ideas, and I agree to both. We just have to go through the process and also, of course, ask the chair of the OP budget, Senator Angara, the chair of the Committee on Finance, but that would mean the NDREAM just earmarking for the QRF of DOLE. We will go through the process, and regarding the expansion and tweaking, so to speak, of the TUPAD guidelines, I wholeheartedly agree.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Madam Sponsor. Just to cite for the record the reason, if we put a lump sum amount for TUPAD in the DOLE budget, I'm sure it will attract the attention of a lot of legislators. But if we put it in the QRF fund, in order to address basic needs during times of calamities, pandemics, or certain needs in connection with health and nutrition, then the DOLE would have complete supervision and discretion in regard to the utilization of those funds. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you,
Madam
Mr.
Chair.
President. That would be an earmarking under the NDREAM fund dedicated as QRF for DOLE.
Thank you, Senator Escudero.
May we
Majority
request
Leader.
you to submit your
Yeah,
special
Mr.
provision
President,
to
just
the
to
25th
intervene and
Senate.
just to,
Galing. Tama ka.
I'll ask some questions, Mr. President.
Yes.
Mr. President, just to intervene, and I was, it caught my attention, Mr. President, when the gentleman from Sorsogon made his suggestion, and I'm not objecting to it. In fact, Mr. President, this representation filed a bill in the Senate, Senate Bill number 132, and that is basically the essence of the bill of this representation, to strengthen and expand the scope of TUPAD, considering that UNESCO itself, Mr. President, commended the Department of Labor and Employment for this particular program. And we are all aware of how it helps our countrymen, especially those marginalized sectors of our society, including those who are having problems getting jobs, etc., Mr. President. So I hope that this will also remind our colleagues here in the Senate to support the bill that we filed, Senate Bill 132, and it will not only expand the duration of temporary or emergency employment program of the government. There is also a opportunity there, Mr. President, to be trained by TESDA, to have a community-based training program that will allow the beneficiary not only to be trained, but also to be assessed and certified by TESDA. Therefore, at the end of the day, we'll be seeing beneficiaries not just having a emergency employment program, but also landing jobs as well, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President, and I hope that the distinguished sponsor will support this representation.
That's a very good idea. I'd like to request to be co-author of the measure, but moving forward, perhaps the good majority leader can give us a special provision which we will consider to put in the GA of 2024, of course with the approval of the chair, so that while that is not yet enacted into law, they can already do the convergence. Because
Yes, Mr. President, we will work on it together with the gentleman from Sorsogon who actually thought of it as part of our General Appropriations Act provision. Mr.
yes,
President.
as you know, the GA is the biggest piece of legislation,
Yes.
and while your
Thank you.
bill, which is noteworthy, is not yet enacted into law, I would accept, because it's very good to do that, a special provision so that there's conversion between the TESDA and DOLE Tupad programs.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. At this juncture, I move that we recognize the distinguished gentleman from Isabela and Davao, no other than Senator Raffy Tulfo. So move, Mr. President.
Senator Raffy Tulfo is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Madam Sponsor, good afternoon. I would like to put in record as Vice Chairman of the Committee on Labor, I am fully supporting 100% the budget for 2024 for the Department of Labor and Employment. Ibig sabihin, walang kaduda-duda, full out support po ako. Okay ba,
Maraming
Madam Sponsor?
salamat po, Mr. President,
However-
sa chair ng committee ng Department of Migrant Workers. At alam ko po na sa puso niya ay talagang nagbibigay ng proteksyon sa ating mga manggagawa. At inaantabayanan ko po ang kanyang mga katanungan na sigurado akong makakatulong para pang mapaganda palalo ang budget ng DOLE.
Tama po kayo dyan, Mr. President, Madam Sponsor. I've said it so many times, but I'll say it again anyway. Ito po yung sinasabi ko he was less in life, should have more in law. Ibig sabihin, yung mga maliliit at kapuspalat na yung mga kababayan, sila dapat magkaroon ng mas malawak na proteksyon sa ating batas. At sino po itong mga kapuspalat na kababayan? Sila po yung mga below minimum wage at hindi nakatanggap ng sapat na sweldo mula sa kanilang mga employer. At kapag sila po ay nagsampa ng reklamo, nababaliktad pa sila karamihan. And there are times na sila po ay nananalo, pero paper victory lamang ang nangyari at hindi na natatanggap yung kanilang panalo. So, having said that, ang question ko ngayon para sa mga taga-Dole, ano pong polisiya you have put in place to ensure na wala na pong mga manggagawa na makakatanggap ng below sa minimum wage? Kasi batas po natin yan.
Yeah.
And yet, every day, even while we speak, doon po sa action center ko, sa TV5, meron pong mga nakapila doon dahil hindi po binibigay yung kanilang tamang pasweldo at binipisyo. Ibig sabihin, meron po tayong minimum wage, below minimum po ang binibigay sa kanila. Karamihan po sila mga factory workers, sila po yung mga security guards, sila po yung mga bodegero, sila po yung palaging naapi. So, meron ho ba tayong pulisya na para matigil na po ito at maging patas na po ang batas?
Alam po natin na kailangan tagala pinapatupad ang ating minimum wage. Ang ginagawa po ng DOLE ay by inspection. Alam naman po natin na hindi kaya naman inspeksyonin lahat sa buong bansa. So ako po ay magpapakatotoo na meron po silang graph dito ng mga na-inspect po nila mula Enero hanggang Oktubre ngayong taon na ito sa NCR sa lahat ng regions. Meron po silang target, meron silang accomplishment, at meron silang na-inspect at may technical and advisory visit. Yun po ang ginagawa nila, labor inspection and technical and advisory visit. Lahat po naman ay dapat sumusunod ng ating mga batas. Alam natin, ang minimum wage nga ay dapat taasan pa nga, pero hindi pa na napapatupad yun. In the meantime, all they can do and what they're doing is inspection and technical and advisory visits. At meron po silang, mahaba po ito, we can give you a copy of the targets per region and their accomplishments per region.
Kahanga-hanga po yan, Mr. President, Madam Sponsor, yung sinasabi niyo may target sila. Pero ang tanong ko, dun sa target nila, meron na hubang nasampulan para naman madala at it will serve as warning to some people there na hindi talaga nabibigyan ng minimum wage. Ito pong ibig sabihin to mga employer. Meron na hubang nakulong at pwede hubang makita yung numero ng mga nakulong o nakasuhan man lang?
Meron po silang mga nakita na hindi nagko-comply, so mag-i-issue po sila ng compliance order. Admittedly, walang nakukulong.
Dapat po may
Wala
makulong.
pa. Wala pa.
Wala pa. Dapat po may makulong.
Ayon po sa kanila, no?
Dapat may makulong. Dahil kapag walang nakulong na mga employer, dapat may makulong na taga-Dole. Dahil hindi na ginagawa ang kanilang trabaho.
Kala ko ba ay kayong tutulong sa budget? Bakit
Tutulong sa
kayo
budget. Pero it doesn't mean na
Okay.
tutulong ako sa budget tapos maging tamad na sila.
Hindi naman po.
I'll
Okay.
give them the budget that they
To be fair
ask,
to
they
them.
require.
Yes.
I'll give it to them full support. Pero kapalit niyan, gawin nila ang trabaho nila para
Sure.
sa mga maliit nating kababayan.
Opo. Sinabi ko po, ang kanilang ginagawa ay visits and compliance visits, nagbibigay ng abiso. Sabi nga nila, may mga hindi nagko-comply, so may compliance orders kayong ginagawa. But they were very honest to say, sa kaalaman nila, wala pang nakukulong.
Wala pa nakulong. Kaya nga po sana, pwede ho ba ako mag-request na sana po may makulong para may sampulan. So yung mga pong mga, sabi niya mo, Madam President, Madam Sponsor, na call attention na pwede bang bigyan niyo ako ng kopya para ako na po magpa-follow up to make sure na talaga matutuluyan yung mga kumpanyang yun at makasuhan. Kasi hanggat wala po nakakasuhan, ang tingin nila sa batas natin is bungal. Kumbaga, walang ngipin. So dapat lagi natin ngipin ang batas. At ako po ang pwede magsilbing ngipin. Okay lang po sa akin, magalit sila lahat. Basta I'll make sure na yung batas ay ma-implement. At that's the reason, to be honest with you, Mr. President, Madam Sponsor, that's the promise I made to the mga manggagawa during the election na pagdating ko po dito sa Senado, sila po ay magkakaroon ng boses, lalo na po yung mga palaging naapi ng mga manggagawa at hindi nabibigyan tamang mga sweldo at benepisyo. I'll be the voice for them.
Okay.
And I'm just doing what I promised them.
Bibigay ko po sa inyo ang matrix po nila ng minimum wage, rate of compliance to the minimum wage. January to September of 2023, ang kanilang inspected establishments
Opo.
at ang compliance rate ayon dito sa datos ay 93.50. Ang ating talagang, it is our desire that everyone will comply with this. Maliit na nga yung minimum wage, ay kailangan mag-comply lahat.
Kulang na nga po kung tutusin. Tama,
kulang
I agree
na
with
kulang,
you.
yes.
Kaya nga
So-
po, in fact, I made the suggestion last year. Mukhang mabilis mag-oo yung mga taga-dole, pero hindi naman ginagawa. Suggestion ko lang to. In my humble opinion, it will be better kung magpaskil po sa lahat ng establishmento, especially sa mga factory, sa mga security agency, sinasabi doon na ito yung minimum wage para sa lugar na ito
Meron.
at
They
ito
do
yung mga
that,
karapatan ng mga manggagawa at
They do it
kapag
for
hindi
all.
nasunod ito, meron hotline na pwede yung tawagan. At siyempre dapat yun, hotline na yun, may sumasagot doon. Wala pa rin pong gumagawa ng ganon.
Ginagawa po nila,
Meron na po ba?
ayon po sa DOLE, ay nagpapaskill po sila ng hard copy.
Pag hard copy, sana yung parang ano ba, karatula. Na,
Yun nga po, hard copy na poster
Not
sa
only
mga
minimum
establishments.
wage, but also
Yes.
wage-related
Not
benefits.
Only minimum
Overtime
wage,
pay,
but
holiday.
also
Yung mga karapatan
overtime
nila.
pay, holiday pay, and other
At
benefits.
sa baba noon, may nakalagay na hotline na pwedeng tawagin.
Yes, meron po yun.
Kasi po, sa ano yung work area, ang nangyari po kasi, karamihan sa mga halimbawa galing ng probinsya, pupunta dito sa Maynila, hindi na alam magkano minimum wage. So kung ano sasabihin po sa kanila ng kanilang employer, tinatanggap nila, kapit sa patalim. Pero kung meron pong karatula doon, ay, ito pala yung minimum wage sa Maynila, ito pala yung makarapatan ko, dapat pala overtime, bayaran, night differential, dapat bayaran, etc.
You
So,
do that,
hindi
right?
nasusunod.
Yeah.
Kailangan pala may payslip. Hindi nasusunod yung, hindi nabibigay mga karapatan ko yan. Then,
Yes.
nandun yung cellphone number na pwede nang tawagan.
Meron po silang ginagawang ganon,
Meron.
ayon po
Okay.
sa DOLE, ay ginawa po nila. Hindi
Okay.
lang nga yung minimum wage, kundi yung mga benepisyo.
So, next budget hearing sa 2024, gusto ko po, meron na pong nakasuhan na employee hindi po nagbigay ng minimum wage at
May kaso.
meron pong nakulong.
Meron may kaso.
Hindi po ako nagbibiro, seryoso po ako ha. Gusto ko po by next year, meron pong employer na hindi po nagbibigay, sumusunod doon sa minimum wage law, na ina-underpay yung po mga manggagawa niya. Bigyan niyo ako ng kahit isa man lang na kumpanya, matutuwa na ako. Pero pag wala, ako po ay manggagalaiti. I'm very sorry to say that right here, right now. Kailangan po merong isa masampulan o matuluyan. Kasi wala po talaga eh. And I'll tell you, Madam Sponsor, ikaw, hindi niyo alam to Madam Sponsor, although si Madam Sponsor, she's my friend. Karamihan sa mga dole sinasabi inspection, pupunta ron. Sasabihin ko lang po sa inyo yung style. Punta ron yung mga taga-dole mag-inspect. Kasi nga po, may nagreklamo. In fact, there are times na natutuwa pa nga kapag may nagreklamo. Pupunta mag-inspection. Pagdating po doon sa area, magkakaroon po ng pag-uusap, yung pong dole inspector at yung pong mga opisyal ng kumpanya. And wala pong representante mula po sa mga manggagawa ng kumpanya. So sila lang po nag-uusap. So hindi alam kung anong pinag-uusapan. Paglabas ng dole inspector, may dala-dala na pong bag. Hindi alam kung anong laman ng bag. At tablado na. Yun na po ang aking observation at yan po'y base po, meaning base po yan sa mga nasabi po sa akin. So ang aking po observation mukhang hindi po seryoso yung dole para masolve po yung problema ng mga gagawa. Again, going back to what I promised, susuportahan ko po ang inyo pong budget. In fact, mamaya NLRC, meron po akong bibigay na big support. Andito ba yung DBM? DBM? Present ba DBM? Meron ba DBM? Tumago ng DBM? Wala ang DBM? Akala ko. Okay. Anyway, mapapanood naman ito ng DBM. Okay. So okay na po ba yun, yung akin pong sinasabi sa inyo? Kasi for so many years, Mr. President and Madam Sponsor, for so many years, I've been a broadcaster for 20 years. Okay. Walang mintis po yan. Araw-araw, mahaba po ang pila sa aking action center na kung saan mga security guard, mga factory worker, ang reklamo nila, Idol, Sir, below minimum po ang aking sweldo. Wala pong bayad sa overtime, 15 hours po yung trabaho ko, 18 hours pa po yung trabaho ko, wala pong overtime. Palagi pa po ako puyat at napapagalitan pa, etc. etc. Wala pong payslip. Wala po akong SSS, wala pong PhilHealth, wala akong pag-ibig. Ganun na lang po palagi ang reklamo. So, kaya nga sabi ko po, nandito na po ako sa Senado, gusto ko po dapat magkaroon po ng kabuluhan yung pagdating ko dito sa Senado. Kaya nga po ang request ko ngayon sa DOLE, gusto ko po by next year sa susunod na budget hearing, meron po talaga natuluyan na nakusuhan dahil sa pagnanakaw sa sweldo ng mga pobre nating mga manggagawa. Kasi ito po, bibigyan kita ng situation, kayo dyan sa DOLE. Kapag ang empleyado nagnakaw sa kanyang amo, pinagtatrabahuan, maniwala kayo sa hindi, kakasuhan agad yung empleyado, makukulong sa kasong qualified theft. Tama? As simple as that. Pero, kapag ang amo nagnakaw sa kanyang empleyado sa pamagitan ng hindi pagbigay ng tamang pasweldo, ninanakaw yung kanyang sweldo at benepisyo, binubulsa, ano nangyari? Hanggang DOLE lang. Pagdating sa DOLE, pag-uusapan lang, pag-aregluhin. Sometimes, wala lang. This is unfair. Ito ang sinasabi ko. He who has less in life should have more in law. Pero mukhang hindi ata nasusunod. Kaya hanggat dito ako sa Senado, kaya gusto ko ito maliit natin kababayan, especially itong mga maliit na magagawa, ay mabigyan ng mas malawakang proteksyon. And so with DOLE, can I get assurance from you guys by next year, meron na po natuluyan na kasuhan na employer na ng api sa kanyang mga trabahador, meaning hindi po nagbigay ng tamang pasweldo. Give me an assurance ngayon pa lamang. Kasi for the past 20 years, like I said, 25 years po ako naging broadcaster. Ganun po ang palaging reklamo, day in and day out. And in fairness naman po sa DOLE, tuwing tatawag ako sa DOLE, na-action na naman, pinag-aayos, binabalik yung mga sweldong hindi na ibigay, band-aid solution yon. Yung sa akin, gusto ko po pang matagalan at permanent solution. Can I get that commitment from DOLE?
Yes. Mr. President, I think all of us here, whether elected or appointed or working in a bureaucracy, share the same advocacy for workers' welfare, for giving them what is due them, for compliance with the minimum wage, which is already so minimum and not a living wage. Yes, so I speak for them, even if a secretary is not here anymore now for a very urgent personal reason. Yes, to the best of their ability, they will, but clearly we know that it would be the DOJ. They must file the case there, no? And how can I, a sponsor of the budget, and they watch over the courts to ensure, because I cannot promise you, Your Honor, that as I sit here next year, if I'm still the chair of the budget of DOLE, na may nakakulong ng isa, because you will say that I may be lying if next year walang nakakulong.
Okay, pero
I cannot answer you,
Yes, ma'am.
sir, in the affirmative to say, I promise you when the budget comes here, may nakakulong. I as budget chair cannot do that.
Yes, ma'am.
But we share your advocacy. You're not alone in that fight. We all share the advocacy for workers' welfare and giving them their due wages. That's why we have also been wanting to increase the minimum wage para taasan po ang minimum wage nila para maging living wage. Napag-usapan po yan ng mahaba sa hearing. At may mga naka-file na admin cases, kung may criminal cases at nasa mga korte, I'm not certain whether the DOLE personnel here can actually interfere. So I cannot assure you na may nakakulong kasi kung sabihin kong oo para lang mapasa yung budget, para na akong nambola sa inyo. I don't want to do that.
No, what I'm
Yes.
trying to say here, Madam Sponsor, Mr. President, is merong kasong na-file na dapat. Kasi mukhang wala atang kaso na ifa-file. Merong nga monitoring,
There are
meron
cases.
kayong target, inspection, and all. Pero marami, I'm sure sa mga ginawa niyong pagbibisita, pagmamonitor, marami kayong nakitaan dyan ng mga kumpanya na talagang nag-violate sa batas natin, sa labor law
the
natin.
evidence, yeah.
So ang tanong ko nga talaga, meron na bang naiakyat man lang
Yes.
sa korte?
Mr.
Kung meron,
President.
ilan po? para kung meron mga na-pending, ako na po magpa-follow up, I'll help you out na para i-ensure ko na yung kasong yun hindi natitenga lang dyan sa korte, yan po ay gugulong at meron masampulan at meron makulong. Kasi hanggat wala pong nakukulong na mga among balasu, salbad, mga masamang amo, tuloy-tuloy pa rin po yung gagawin pang-aapi.
Yes. Ako po isang ayon sa inyo, pero alam naman po natin na ang DOJ na piskal o yung prosecutor ang siya magtitimbang ng ebidensya whether ifa-file ito o hindi, di ba po?
Opo.
Nagiging makatotoo ang mga DOLE directors or USEC sa akin na hindi po sila. It will be the prosecutor, it's under the DOJ, who will decide whether the
Precisely.
case will be filed or not.
Exactly.
And so, yes, if there are abuses, since you are very influential in that sphere, and that is your advocacy, which we share with you, maybe the proactive way is to seek the help of the good senator so that through his influence and more than 26 million followers on his platforms, he can help you. Because if I tell you, I assure you, may kulong 1 year from now, then you take me up on that. Hindi po ako ang nagpapakulong o sila po. It is the DOJ through the prosecutor and the fiscal. That is our judicial process that will weigh the evidence to see if there is enough evidence to file the case. And once it is in the court, again, I cannot expect the good secretary or his ASECs and USECs to be following it up
Okay.
in the respective courts. However, what we could do is inform Your Honor and your office with all cases filed, whether for compliant, the non-compliant employers, and then perhaps you could help, both administrative and possible criminal liabilities.
That's exactly
That's
what
what I can suggest.
That's exactly
Yes.
what I'm talking about. Now, thank you po, nag-question na po ako. Yung bang merong po dapat mga kaso nang na-file sa korte? Dahil
There are cases filed in court?
dahil
Do you
di
have
sa
them
mga
now?
kumpanya na hindi po sumusunod sa batas.
As of now, to their knowledge, there is no criminal case filed in court. There are administrative cases based on their visits and their compliance visits, Mr. President.
Anyway, ako po ay gumagawa ng resolution. Ang tawag po doon ay anti-wage theft law. Para makasuhan
That-
ng kaso kriminal ang lahat ng mga employer na hindi po na nagnanakaw sa sweldo ng mga empleyado. But alam naman natin yan, Madam Sponsor, na it will take some time bago yan ay ma-hear hanggang sa may pasa, kung may papsa. Pero for the meantime, meron naman talaga tayong batas na dapat implement labor law na nagsasabing ibigay yung nararapat, which is the minimum wage.
Yes.
So gusto ko po, sana may ma-file na kaso by next year at gusto ko makita yung mga file na kaso para ako na po magpa-follow up upang masiguro na talagang gugulong yung kasong na-file. Yun lang po yung point ko.
Yes. The DOLE, insofar as their role will be the witnesses, Mr. President.
Okay.
Again, I reiterate that the proper process through the DOJ would be for the fiscal or the prosecutor to assess the evidence and to file the case, and the DOLE will be a witness. What we can do is to give you all the cases, administrative in nature, that are non-compliant. And then we see how it can be developed into a criminal case, right? But depending again on the prosecutor who will weigh the evidence and decide whether a case will be filed. And once filed, we will see in which court it will raffled off, right? And that's a long process.
I know.
If Your Honor and your office and regional offices nationwide and with your vast influence can help, we would be very happy.
Okay.
Ulitin ko po, kaisa po niyo ako sa inyong advokasya para bigyan ng hustisya at karampatang benepisyo ang ating manggagawa. As I said many times today, they're the engine of our socio-economic development, so we must protect them.
Okay.
Unfortunately, and I'll be very truthful, it's a long process. And I would like to see The non-compliant employers, yes, charged. And so that it would be a lesson learned, that's what you're saying, for all the others to comply with the law. Because napakaliit na nga ng minimum wage, hindi pa living wage, hindi pa binibigay ng buo. I support you and I will be co-author of with your permission, of your bill on wage theft. Because I recall, when you were not yet senator, when we were before the campaign, you told me one of the first bills you will file is that bill. Yes. It's been 1 year and a half. Yes.
Nasa committee na yun.
Oh, yes.
And,
we will support you there.
Yeah.
Yes.
Nasa committee na po yun. Iniintay ko lang po ma-hear yun. Hindi naman po akong chairman. Ako po ay vice chairman lamang.
May I suggest again,
Already
Mr.
forwarded
President?
to the committee and I'm still
Yes.
waiting na yun po ay ma-hear.
Majority Leader, magandang i-prioritize. So, may I suggest also, Mr. President, that if it is a priority measure, I share your advocacy. And if the chair of the committee would be willing to create a subcommittee, pwede po niyong i-hearing yon. Para po, bago sa susunod na taon, nakaharap ko po kayo sa budget ng DOLE na isabatas na yan. Para sabi nyo, may ngipin ang batas. Kasi ang DOLE, hindi nila kayang saklawin ang trabaho ng DOJ na siya pong gagawa ng kaso at sila po ang nanunungkulan dun sa pag-usad ng mga na-file na kaso. Pero kung meron na kayong batas na wage theft, and I agree with you in concept, then that would be very helpful. So you can create a subcommittee, right? Under whose committee it is. It's only a suggestion. If your honor wants it to move more quickly.
Matanong ko lang po, Madam Chair, sa mga taga-DOLE. Halimbawa po, sa ginawa niyong inspection, ito po ay para sa mga taga-DOLE, and then sa inyong paggawa ng inspection, base po sa reklamo ng mga manggagawa sa isang factory, paulit-ulit at matagal nang niloloko sila ng kanilang employer at hindi po binibigay yung kanilang tamang pasweldo, wala sila sa minimum wage, wala yung mga benepisyo. Kapag nalaman niyo po yan, na ganun po yung violation for the past, say, 10 years, ganun po yung gawain, ano po usually ang ginagawa ng DOLE? Ano pong course of action? May I know?
We continue to issue compliance order, collect. And
That's all you can do, no? Compliance order.
compliance order with double MDM.
Warning. Tapos, kung di kayo pansinin pa. So, all they can do when they visit, they're non-compliant, issue a compliance order
With double MDM.
with double indemnity, and then, what's next?
Subject to writ of execution.
Subject to writ of execution,
Collect.
then they collect if they don't pay.
Good question. If they
Then
don't
there's-
pay,
If they don't pay, there's garnishment.
Garnishment.
warning?
Garnishment.
Garnishment, have you ever garnished?
Yes.
That you've
Bank
done.
accounts, yes.
Okay.
Meron po
So,
bang nag-garnish?
Yes.
Yes, they've
account.
garnished bank accounts.
Can I get a list of those companies na garnish?
They can give you a report,
Can
Your
I
Honor.
get a
Yes.
report? Yung mga nakita na
So,
may violation at nag-garnish?
visitation, compliance order, then writ of execution, and hopefully they comply, double indemnity, but if not, writ of execution and garnishment, right? That's
Okay.
all you can do.
I'll tell you, Madam Sponsor, Mr. President, ito po may record naman to, naka-upload naman to sa channel ko. Anong nangyari, may mga kumpanya, say, 10 years na hindi nagbibigay ng minimum wage sa kanilang mga trabahador. After 10 years,
Ano nakakulusot yung 10 years?
nakapag-isip, kaya nga, magandang tanong, paano nakalusot? After 10 years, magmamarcha po yung mga empleyado, gagawa kong computation. There are times, nakakasingil po ako, yung program ko ng 2 million, 3 million, ang pinakamalaki ata na singil 5 million, dahil parang 15 sila mga empleyado, nasingil ko, na hindi kayang singilin ng DOLE, hindi sa pagmamayabang, dahil sa akin, nasingil ko na obliga yung kumpanya na bayaran, pero after 10 years. Pero meron kasing limit ngayon na up to 5 years lang ata ang pwede masingil. So kung lumapit sa akin yung mga empleyado, 10 years after, sorry na lang yung 5 years. Parang ganoon ata hanggang 5 years lang ata ang pwede makolekta. Anyway, yan sinasabi kong proseso. So what I want you to do, DOLE, for the meantime, hanggat hindi pa naipapasa yung bill ko na wage theft, make sure na dapat may napaparusahan doon sa sinasabi niyo ng compliance, binanggit si Madam Sponsor na garnishment, execution, kung ano pa man yun, dapat meron talaga. Merong napasara,
yes.
meron pong naembarguhan ng mga assets dahil ipambayad doon sa kanilang mga empleyado. In fact, meron po ako mga kumpanya na papalusot, tuturuan ko kayo dyan mga taga-Dole, inobliga ko yung employer na yung kanyang diamond wedding ring. Inobliga ko, biniro ko lang, pero yung biro ko, sineryoso niya, yung kanyang diamond wedding ring, isinanla niya para may pang sweldo lang.
Mr. President, I am told that,
Para maipas... Go ahead.
yes, hindi po nila tungkulin at hindi po sila pwede magsara at magpasara. It's beyond their jurisdiction.
Hindi, kasi ang pagkakaintindi ko na sabi writ of execution, ano pa ba yung sinasabi niyo? Okay, sorry kung na-misunderstood niyo ako. Ang sa akin, just do something na para maramdaman nitong mga employer yung ngipin ng batas.
Yes. Do everything within their
Yes,
jurisdiction.
exactly.
But they cannot go beyond what is prescribed for them to do. Yeah.
Maybe pwede sila
But they can
mag-usap-usap,
coordinate
magkaroon-
with the other agencies kung
Exactly,
hindi
nandiyan-
nasaklaw ng kanilang
Nandiyan yung
jurisdiction.
BPLO, Business Permit and Licensing Office, sa LGU, pwede sila makipag...
Sa LGU. It would be
pwede
the
sila
LGU.
makipag-usap doon.
Yes.
Diba? Nandiyan yung DTI. So pwede naman, kung gusto, maraming paraan. Kung ayaw,
Yes,
maraming
Mr.
dahilan.
President.
Diba?
We take note of that.
ikabubuti ng-
There's
mga
no
manggagawa.
disagreement. We take note of that. And they're listening intently. And we will ensure that they will be more proactive. They've been doing their best. But as I said, the cases, it should be DOJ. And the padlocking, it would have to be the LGU. But garnishment, etc., they've done that. They can even give you a list of some
Okay, sige, garnishment.
companies that have done that.
So gusto ko makita yung mga nag-garnish na mga kumpanya.
Yes.
Can you give me a report, a list?
Yes.
Para ma-advertise ko naman po. Nang
Yes.
ganon, makita ng iba, seryoso pala itong Dole, wag natin gawin.
Of course,
So it will serve as like a warning. Ano po?
That's part of their accomplishment. And let me
Kailangan po
just-
maipaskill natin yung mga violators.
Yes. Paki-take note lang po na they would not consider garnishment as a punishment because that's mere compliance. Hindi pa ho yun parusa. Kasi pag gina-garnish mo, ibig sabihin kasi non-compliant sila, so that's part pa lang ng compliance, hindi pa sila pinaparusahan.
I know, pero at least accomplishment po yun.
Yes.
At least ibig sabihin, kumikilos po yung Dole.
Yes.
At makikita din doon yung mga nag-garnish na kumpanya. Sasabihin ng mga kumpanya, ayaw ko malagay dyan sa listahan, ayaw ko ma-advertise. Kailangan bago dumating yan, magbabayad nila ako ng tama
Yes.
sa mga empleyado. That was my point. So at least kung ano yung nagawa ng Dole, ibigay nyo sa akin para ipakita ko, ito, nasasampulan sila, hindi nagbabayad, nag-garnishan sila. Diba?
We take
obligasyon
note of
magbayad.
that. Yes, Mr. President.
Yeah, okay. So let's move on. Isa na lang po. December on or before December 24, dapat po ibibigay yung 13-month pay at malapit na po ang Pasko. Every single year, starting January 10, pataas, sa Action Center ko po, 80% ng pila hindi po binibigay ang 13-month pay. Ano pong polisiya ang ginagawa po ng Dole para masiguro na yung 13-month pay po ay naibibigay talaga?
Non-compliance pa rin. Non-compliance pa rin yan eh. Pareho rin po eh.
For last
Opo.
year, ma'am, this is the...
Kasi
Ito.
ngayon po, magpapasko na. Alam niyo po,
Yeah.
yung 13-month pay,
Agree.
doon po sa mga maliit nating kababayan, inaasahan po nila kasi extra money yan, pinaplano nila. Ano
Agree.
ibibili ko sa 13-month pay? Bibilihan ko ng sapatos yung aking bunso. Bilihan ko ng damit yung aking panganay. Kumbaga, pinapartition na nila yan sa isip nila kung anong gagawin. And then, boom, hindi ibibigay. Kawawa naman.
Tayo po isang ayon talaga. Malaking bagay ang 13-month pay. At sana pag kumikita naman, gawin pang 14-month pay. Pero yung nag-issue na po sila ng labor advisory para ipaalala po na bago pa ang Desyembre ay ibigyan na yung 13-month pay.
Okay. Paalala po. Anong klaseng paalala, Dole?
Yung
Yeah,
labor
labor
advisory,
that will be coupled with
yes.
inspection.
Did you do it hard copy or
So
email?
doon po sa nagba-violate at hindi nagbibigyan ng 13-month pay, halimbawa, pipila ko sa action center ko sa January, ano pong magandang gawin kaya sa mga yon, sa mga ulupong, sa mga bad na yon, mga tao?
Inspect the establishment, the employer.
magandang gawin? Oh, yung mga very bad. Kasi,
Yung
kasi
sagot
po,
ko-
I assure you, by January 10 pataas, dadagsain na naman po ang action center ko ng mga pobre nating magagawa, nagreklamo sapagkat hindi po nabigyan ka ng 13-month pay. So they end up na pupunta sa
Can you
sari-sari store,
kindly
mangutang
furnish-
para sa kanilang Noche Buena,
Mr.
etc.
President, pakibigay rin po yung mga pupunta sa inyo na hindi napunta sa kaalaman ng DOLE para po makita rin nila at magawa nila ang kaya nilang gawin. Kung hindi po nabayaran. Kung
Kaya nga
hindi
po,
nila alam.
ang tanong ko nga po, paano
In
po?
short, share information
Yes.
with each other.
Ganun pong ginagawa ko, Madam President. Tumatawag ko sa DOLE. In fairness
Yes.
sa DOLE, sila po tinatawagan ko rin. Kaya ang tanong ko lang po, kasi this has been happening for so many years, parang regular naging norm na eh. Kumbaga parang normal na lang na every year, merong mga kinakawawa. Yung sa akin sana, pahinto na natin na dapat every year, wala na pong kawawang mga manggagawa na ibibigay na po yung 13-month pay. Kasi nasa batas po yan at karapat-dapat na matanggap nila yan. Sabi ko nga po, marami sa kanila, kasi extra money yan, malayo pa lamang, pinaplano nila kung paano gastusin yung 13-month pay. Kasama na dyan pang Noche Buena, tapos hindi pala nabigay, kawawang-kawawa naman sila. Para bang napapabayaan
Tayo
natin.
po ay nakikiisa sa inyo na dapat ang minimum wage ay sundin. Batas yan eh. Dapat ang 13-month pay ay sundin bago Desyembre. Ito po ay merong tayong compliance rates by region. Noong 2022 at saka 2023, bibigay ko na lang po through DOLE sa inyong tanggapan. It's a long matrix and the targets and the compliance per region. Pero more than these matrices, more than these numbers, it's really the proactive behavior of everyone concerned in DOLE to make sure that not just a minimum wage, but a 13-month pay is followed closely, efficiently.
Siguro po, Madam President, Madam Sponsor, Mr. President, siguro yung DOLE, pagdating sa 13-month pay, pwede ho kayong makipag-MOA sa mga taga-LGU para, ito po akin lamang pong opinion, say kung workable po ito, na yung mga hindi nagbigay ng 13-month pay, hindi i-renew yung kanilang license sa BPLO hanggat hindi na ibibigay yung 13-month pay. How's that? Is that something doable? Legit ba yan?
Can you
Pwede
do
ba
a
yan?
MOA with LGU?
Magkaroon ng MOA? Na kapag hindi nyo binigay yung sa mga kumpanya na hindi nagbigay ng 13-month pay, kasi yearly po, ni-renew yung lisensya sa BPLO, sa LGU, hindi muna ibibigay, hindi muna ma-renew ang inyong license hanggat hindi nyo nakukomply yung 13-month pay. How's that?
So perhaps
Meron tayong dating mayor dito. Maybe he can give an opinion. Si Senator Win Gatchalian, who's a former mayor. sa
Madam
LGU.
Chair, if I may intervene, I think it's possible. The local government units have broad powers looking after the general welfare of their constituents. So any violation of any law can be grounds to revoke the business permit being given by LGUs. Of course, the DOLE needs to link up with the different LGUs. For example, in Valenzuela, I know that we work very closely with DOLE because we have a lot of factories there, we have a lot of businesses, and we work very closely with DOLE, both in terms of industrial peace para wala pong mga strike at wala pong mga problema. And then if there are any violations against our workers, the local government takes a proactive role to warn the businesses through the use of that business license and business permit and licensing powers, Mr. President. So it's a good idea, and I appreciate the comments of the good Senator to bring this out to the fore. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Win Gatchalian.
Yes, thank you, Senator Gatchalian. Mr. President, we were discussing a possible convergence MOA between the DILG and the DOLE, so that at least if we have the DILG on board, they can proactively advise and help monitor the business establishments in their LGUs.
Thank you, Madam Sponsor. Ngayon, tulong naman. Pure tulong to, Madam Sponsor, Mr. President. Now, NLRC, the past many years, palagi ko pong nababati ko sa NLRC dahil pupunta sa akin yung mga complainant, nanalo na sila sa kaso, pero pagdating sa oras na sila po ay dapat mabayaran na, parang paper victory lang sapagkat yung mga employer nagtatago na o nailipat na po yung kanilang mga assets sa iba't ibang mga pangalan. Nasisisi ko palagi yung mga sheriff. And then kasi sabihin ng sheriff, wala akong panggasolina. Kuminsan yung mga sheriff nakikiangkas pa doon po sa complainant kasi walang sasakyan, walang pamasahe. So, I talked to some people sa NLRC, na-realize ko na po kung bakit ganon. So, naintindihan ko na po sila. Nakita ko po kung saan yung problema. So, kulang po sila sa budget. Kaya, wala bang DBM tayo rito? Madam Sponsor? Wala? Nagtaguan DBM?
We can, even if the LBRMO is here, and we would be happy to receive an amendment from the good senator.
Good. Kasi, Madam President, nalaman ko lang na ang allowance ng isang sheriff kada buwan para i-execute yung order sa kanya na ma-implement yung pagkapanalo ng nagrereklamo, doon sa 5,000 na yun, kasama na yung pamasahe niya, kasama na yung panggasolina niya o transportation, kuminsan umaabot ng 20 po in a month yung mga pupuntahan niyang mga employer. So just imagine kung 5,000 yan at 20 ang na-assign sa kanya ng mga kaso na pupuntahan niya na imbestigahan niya kung nasaan ang bank account nito, kung may mga asset pa ba ito and all. So kulang na kulang po yung 5,000 per sheriff na allowance a month. So kung akong tatanungin, baka pwede natin doblehin yon para mas maging effective po yung ating mga sheriff. Nang sa hindi na po sila palagi magpalusot na walang gasolina na mag-aangkas pa sa motor ng mga complainant.
Yes, it's not just the NLRC, but all the other agencies that have sheriffs. If Your Honor can amend it, because it comes from the MOE, and yes, we can add, it's within our power, that's why we're discussing the budget.
Thank you.
You can increase the MOE, at least if Your Honor wants to help the sheriffs, it can be additional MOE in the NLRC budget under the DOLE. So we will await that amendment and submit it to the LBRMO so that can be adjusted.
Right. Okay. At dagdag po dyan, Madam Sponsor, nakita ko rin po yung problema na kulang po sila sa sheriff. Kulang po. So kailangan siguro magdagdag tayo ng sheriff
That's
para
DBM.
mas maging
We have
epektibo
DBM
yung
here, right?
pag-implement ng writ of execution doon sa mga kumpanya na natalo. So kung kulang po yung sheriff, kaya pala yan ang isang dahilan kung bakit babalik po sa akin yung complainant, Sir, isang taon na po kami nanalo, hanggang ngayon hindi ko pa po na-collecta yung aking kong pinanalo. Malaman-laman ko, bukod doon sa kulang yung budget ng sheriff para bumiyahe, kulang din sila. So baka po natin dagdagan.
If the
Yung numbers of sheriff.
if the sheriff, that's plantilla, right? Yes. We would have to make a request with the DBM. We cannot, I don't think there's time in November, so that in January that could be made effective. But the DOLE would have to make a request for the 2025 NEP, right?
Naka-pending na po ata yan sa
Is there a request?
sa Department of Budget, DBM.
There's a request pending in the DBM. We have a DBM representative in the gallery now. I'm not certain if the DBM
Okay ba
would
sa
have the
DOLE
answer.
na dagdagan yung sheriff? Mukhang ayata ng DOLE.
No, of course they want that.
Okay.
There's a pending request.
Kasi nakita ko ganun eh.
No, there's a pending request of NLRC for an increase in provisions, line items for sheriffs. Yes, there's a pending request, Mr. President.
Okay. So there's a pending request. Yan po yung gusto ko mangyari sana na madagdagan po sila ng tauhan at madagdagan din po yung sweldo ng mga sheriff nang sa gayon hindi po na magiging paper victory lamang yung panalo po ng mga mga kababayan, pobreng mga magagawa na nag-file ng case sa
Yes.
NRC at after manalo, after so many
Yes.
years, wala pala napupuntahan.
Just so that it's clear, the allowances of the existing sheriffs, Mr. President, can be adjusted with the amendment of the good senator under MOE, and that we will readily accept, and we welcome that. The additional hiring of sheriffs is a pending request of the NLRC DOLE with the DBM. It has not yet been acted on favorably because that would fall under PS or Personal Services and would have to be approved by DBM. There is no time until the time that the President signs the budget, hopefully in December, for the DBM to approve this, unless it's highly improbable, imposible na. Then that could be worked on in the coming year so that in the next year's NEP, the additional PS for sheriffs could be included.
Okay, and the last
Thank
but not the least, doon po sa mailing system nila, napag-alaman ko rin po na kapos po sila. Hindi po enough yung naipapadala, nabibigay na budget para mapabilis po yung pagpapadala ng mga communications doon po sa mga concerned
Buti napupunan
companies.
nyo. Sige, salamat po at napupunan nyo at kami po ay natutuwa na kayo po ay mag-amend para po sa MOE karagdagan for the sheriffs and for the mailing system. Thank you.
Okay.
We will accept. Thank you, Mr.
And
President.
NLRC, nakita nyo, sinuportahan ko kayo, pero magtrabaho kayo. Dahil kapag hindi, babalikan ko kayo. Maraming salamat, Madam.
I assure you, Mr. President,
at,
nagkatrabaho.
Madam Sponsor, thank you very much.
Salamat. Thank you very much for the very good interventions of the kind senator. Yes, and as I said, both the special provisions and the addition for MOE for NRLC will be awaited and accepted. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'd also like to thank Senator Tulfo.
po,
Minsan napapanood ko po yung programa niya at halos araw-araw yung mga complaints are labor related. So you really see his sense of passion and wanting to solve these problems of the common masses. So salamat po, Senator Tulfo. Majority Leader? We maybe a minute suspension to allow the minute suspension.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, before I make a formal motion, may I just be allowed to make a short manifestation and just one question that we'd like to raise because this was in the news last night. First of all, Mr. President, we were listening attentively to the interpellations on the DOLE's budget, particularly on labor formation, Mr. President. We just want to inform the body that this representation filed Senate Bill number 560 to make the requirements for forming labor organizations easier. This is in accordance, Mr. President, to the with the ILO observation on the state of labor formation in the Philippines and ILO Convention number 87 on the freedom of association and protection of the right to organize, ratified by the Philippines on December 29, 1953. Moreover, Mr. President, we are already made some meetings and talks with our colleagues, together with the Senate President himself, urging the Executive Department to ratify yung ILO Convention number 190 concerning the elimination of violence and harassment at work. And we are glad, Mr. President, that no less than President Bongbong Marcos has signed this, Mr. President, and it's now in the hands of the Senate. And we were able also to talk to Senator Amy to conduct a hearing immediately after the budget 2024 budget deliberation. One last thing, Mr. President, that I'd like to raise because this was in the news last night, and I would just like to show it on the slide here in the Senate session hall, is the issuance of alien employment permits apparently to POGO workers. I have been a staunch supporter of DOLE. In fact, if you recall, in the last Congresses, in the I think 18th Congress or 17th pa, we made sure that every single worker who is able and capable and willing to accept that post ay DOLE lamang ang nag-i-issue, no? Kaya tinanggal po natin yung SWP. You were then the finance chairperson, Madam Chair, and you supported that provision.
Yes.
That this allows, prohibits the Bureau of Immigration from issuing left and right yung tinatawag na special working permit.
And Mr. President, even the DOLE, they tell me now that they have not issued certificates of employment, alien, to any POGO workers. So, bakit po ang daming POGO? Ang DOLE po, hindi na po nag-i-issue. Sinasabi po nila sa akin ngayon. So, who's the issuing authority? May I be clarified?
I just wanted to put this on record,
Yeah.
Mr. President, because this was in the news. And so when I saw this news clip, I immediately told my staff to look into this. And it was mentioned that these identification cards are actually alien employment permits. And so, number one question that I'd like to raise is this legitimate? Ito ba ay peke o legit? Kung hindi naman, dapat sinasabi din po noong humuhuli na ito'y hindi legitimate. Kaya po natin nire-raise ngayong gabing ito.
May for clarification, gentlemen and ladies, the alien residency and alien employment permit, is that being issued by DOLE?
Only DOLE issues
Only
this,
DOLE.
Mr.
Let
President.
me clarify, Mr.
Because
President.
just for the information and education of our listeners and those who are watching us right now, it is the assurance that we are complying with Article 12, Section 12 of the Constitution, that we prioritize Filipino first, Mr. President. If there's no Filipino who is able, capable, and willing to take that particular job, then that's the only time that it can be offered to a foreign employee.
Okay.
So it's DOLE.
So my next question, has DOLE been issuing alien employment
AEP.
permits to POGO workers? Have they
Mr.
been
President,
issuing?
I amend my statement earlier that there are no issuances. They gave me this. For 2023, as of October 31, a total of 42,409 AEPs were issued to foreign workers in POGO, which they claim are legal POGO. So what is this out of 60,541? Of foreign workers issued nationwide of 60,541, 42,409 belong to the POGO industry. So
Okay,
I
so what would
correct-
happen
yeah,
now,
yeah.
Madam
If you
Sponsor?
revoke it.
No, what would happen now if these alien registration permits or labor employment permits were actually they were actually working in illegal facilities, as pictured here in this
Yes.
in the screen?
Then the alien.
Will they
will be
immediately
revoked.
revoked?
Yes, yes, Mr. President. So what I hear what you're saying. They should look at all the issued AEPs of 42,000
Yes.
and see. They claim it's legal, but to look into these illegal facilities to please be strict. Yes, and there's
Yes.
possible revocation.
Because my follow-up question is: Have you already canceled? Have you canceled any of those 42,000? Because if not, then ang nangyari, pagkatapos sila bumisita sa inyong opisina, tapos na. Maligayang ano na sila dito. Maligayang pagtrabaho sa iba't ibang, illegal na activities. Because, for example, these ones that were taken, are they in the process of canceling all of these? It's just right there. It's NBI ba yan ang naghuli sa kanila?
Yes.
Mr. President, I'm asking DOLE to review the 42,000 plus issued. Why was the first statement that you said no issuance? And then they said 42,000. So I remain, I want to correct that. And no one has been revoked, right? Walang revocation yet. I am told. Okay,
Because in other countries, Your Honors, to our government workers in the DOLE, in other countries, and this can be, of course, verified by my colleagues here. Pag bumisita yung Pilipino, for example, we were just recently in Hungary. Hungary has issued work visas for Filipinos. Okay. But kailangan may sponsor. May sponsor po siya. So, may sponsor po na kumpanya na mag-hire sa kanila. I hope you're listening, my dear Dole family. No? They have to be sponsored. Now, there's a poultry production facility in Hungary near Budapest. They needed, I think, 500 Filipino workers. So sponsored yan. They had lived there. They're given housing there and everything. Pero pag umalis yan dyan, at let's say he's fired, or he quits, automatic uwi sa Pilipinas yan. Hindi na makahanap ng ibang trabaho yan sa loob ng Hungary, kundi TNT yun. Tayo dito parang feeling ko pag binigyan mo ng alien residence permit, good times roll. Wala na. They can work anywhere na.
Yeah.
Is that the policy of government? Don't these foreigners have to be, for example, either contracted for that particular industry, and therefore they come in, we give them the work permits?
Who's in charge?
What is policy of government on that, Madam Sponsor?
Okay. We have here the OIC of the Bureau of Local Employment. And I am told that we have over 42,000 that have AEPs. May I request them to give us a list of all of this, and as the Senate President mentioned, who were the sponsors, when was it issued, who were the sponsors, if you have revoked any, tell us who have you revoked, and could you kindly review and revisit the more than 42,000 which you claim are legal and legitimate.
And if we can get a commitment from them, Madam Sponsor, that this is already there, that's legally documented, that they can be immediately, all those permits be canceled and revoked. Because they're working in illegal facilities. Believe me, kung hindi po natin gagawin yan, they'll
Yes.
just move
Yes.
to another illegal facility.
So,
Gagalaw
can we
lang
have
yan
that commitment?
sa ibang POGO facility na illegal.
Mr. President, distinguished colleague, last point that I'd like to raise, Mr. President, distinguished colleague. In 2019, there was already a interagency task force established to actually monitor the number of foreign nationals, particularly in Philippine offshore gaming operations or POGOs. 2019 pa po ito may interagency, may monitoring mechanisms po tayo. I wonder if we have established this database with their corresponding employment information so that we'll be able to track them, Mr. President, as you made mention. It's important to note that we are aware of what they are doing. Kasi kung matapos na din yung ginagawa nila, dun sa, it clearly states na naloko po tayo dahil nung inisyu natin yung alien employment permits, I'm sure nung inisyu nyo yung alien employment permits, hindi ninyo alam na gagamitin yun sa sex den, sa torture chamber, sa paggawa ng mga illegal activities. So I hope that we'll be getting a report on this, Mr. President, and with that, I will end my interpellations, and I'm hoping, because I trust the men and women behind the DOLE, I just hope that they will comply with the interagency task force, which was formed since 2019, Mr. President.
May I add to the manifestation of the Majority Floor Leader? Just a reminder to the DOLE, we have an ongoing investigation, or we'll be having an investigation on the use of government certificates, licenses, permits, birth certificates, passports na misused. These are authentic documents misused by foreigners. We will include in the investigation also the DOLE.
AEPs. Yes.
Not to investigate you guys, but just to give us in the report the process. How do you process them? And what are the violations that they do that will be able to that will revoke their permits and working in the Philippines? Para clarified po yung committee. And if there's any action that has been done.
Yes, Mr. President, we're asking the Bureau of Local Employment to look into all these 42,000 plus AEPs which were granted to check like this raid in Pasay. Are they here? If they're here, but they have AEPs, and then if they're closed, they'll just merge into the Filipino population and
Yes.
even without the permits. And what is the monitoring capability of DOLE for the more than 42,000 who were granted AEPs? Tama po kayo, parang ang luwag-luwag natin magbigay ng mga permiso kasama na yung mga totoong authentic na passport pero peke naman ang mga dokumento gaya ng birth certificate. So it's alarming how government resources are being used by foreign nationals to gain legitimacy in our country.
Yes, even these foreign employment permits, Your Honor, it becomes a residency card. Kasi sabihin nila, no, I have the right to stay in the Philippines. Look, I have a foreign foreign employment permit. Therefore, I am working in the Philippines, I can work in the Philippines. Pwedeng gamitin yan para lokohin yung mga kung sino-sino, no? Yung mga pag-rent ng bahay, pag-rent ng condominium. Yan ang gagamitin po nila. So we have to be very strict about these employment permits.
I cannot agree more, Mr. President, with what you're saying, and that's why, again, this is a reminder to all government agencies issuing passports, employment permits, etc. Because, again, to put on record, as PNP reported, 4,039 people have been victims of crimes related to POGO in the first half of 2023. Kalahating taon pa lang po ito. 4,039 victims ng POGO crimes po, related to POGO crimes. And you were saying, kayo po ang nag-issue nitong 40,000 plus na AEPs. Kailangan, alam po natin na may malaking responsibilidad po tayo. In August, total of 650 workers, 464 Filipinos, 186 foreign workers were taken into custody after a raid dun po sa SA Rivendell Pogo Hub. 2 weeks ago, October 27, 734 foreigners and Filipinos who are victims of human trafficking. Ito po ay galing doon sa smart web technology na may lisensya ng PAGCOR. May lisensya. Nagpalit ng lisensya nung mahuli, nag-ibang pangalan, pero parehong mga tao, ni hindi dinoble check, parehong mga tao, personalidad behind that particular company. And then the latest was just last week. 2 Chinese nationals were arrested, 16 women, Filipino women were rescued from a prostitution den discovered inside the Philippine offshore gaming operator in Parañaque City. So I think we have enough
Mr. President, what is the word?
nakakasalukaso.
No, I'm shocked.
Nakakalula.
Do you know that I asked how much does it cost to have the alien work permit? 8,000 pesos a year. For initial 12, that's 1,000, 12,000 pesos, and you apply for the alien work permit. Wow. Kaya pala this is a haven for all those who want to do illegal things. This is terrible.
Reminder lang,
12,000 for
for
the initial.
Mga kawani, the ombudsman is going to start investigating this type of shenanigans going on by giving out these IDs freely to unscrupulous individuals.
Mr. President.
Yes, Senator Gatchalian, after which Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Mr. President, during the hearing of the Committee on Women chaired by Senator Risa last Friday, the PAOC, the President Anti-Crime Commission, showed us the actual bundles of IDs. The Alien Employment Certificate, ID, the Alien Certificate of Registration from the BI, it's also an ID, PhilHealth IDs, bundles. And the underlying document.
PhilHealth for foreigners?
For foreigners. Senator Risa was there also. In fact, she was the one who raised that. And the underlying document, Mr. President, is the license issued by PAGCOR. So in other words, the license issued by PAGCOR legitimized all the applications of all of those different IDs with the different government agencies. And we found out during that hearing also that the individuals do not need to go to those offices. The agent, or I think the travel agent or some agent, will just bring the license from PAGCOR and show it to the agency. O ito yung license, legitimate to. And then apply for 100, 200, 300 AEPs. And the government agencies will issue the IDs in bundles. So in other words, Mr. President, the actual persons do not need to even show up their faces in the in the agencies. An agent, and Senator Risa can actually attest to this because she was the chair of that committee. The agent can, meron hong agent, no? May wholesale, no? In other words, wholesale po yung pag-apply ng mga ID. So again, if you look at the underlying document, the most basic document is that PAGCOR license. That's why, Mr. President, I was very dismayed during the hearing because PAGCOR should have been very careful in issuing the licenses because they have issued licenses to hardened criminal syndicates who operate sex dens, motels, torture chambers inside a self-contained building at the heart of Metro Manila, Mr. President. Just to share with the body the results of the hearing last Friday. Thank you, Mr.
It's
President.
appalling. I saw parts of the report in the newspaper. It's appalling. Senator Ontiveros is recognized.
Salamat kayo, Mr. President. At salamat din sa good gentleman from Valenzuela for sharing one of the many findings we unearthed during that hearing of the Senate Committee on Women. Ang gusto ko lang idagdag, one of those bundles of ID cards that Sen. Sherwin also just mentioned, yung ID cards di umano ng PhilHealth, iniimbestiga na ngayon, Mr. President, kung genuine PhilHealth IDs ba iyon at sino sa loob ang maaring nag-facilitate ng pag-issue niyan in bundles tied by rubber bands or peke ba yon at minamanufacture somehow by that employer. Ang isang significance ng paggamit pati ng PhilHealth IDs sa ganyang POGO operations, human trafficking hubs or centers ay yung mga dayuhan nakikihati pa sa resources at health services na pinoprovide dapat sa ating mga Pilipino at tayong mga Pilipino lamang sa pamamagitan ng universal healthcare system, particularly yung PhilHealth. And itong pakinabang ng mga manggagawang Pilipino ng mga social protections na ganyan ay isang sinisiguro ng DOLE para sa ating mga manggagawa. Bakit may mga dayuhan? Probably through fraudulent means, nakakakuha ng ID na ganon na nagfe-fetch ng health services pantay sa karapatan nating mga manggagawa at mamamayang
With the permission of
Pilipino.
Senator Risa,
Salamat
we forgot
kaayo,
to ask
Mr.
that
President.
yesterday.
Yes.
I want to ask Senator Pia, or we had the PhilHealth here late last night until 1 in the morning, together with the DOH. We should have asked, are foreigners allowed to be part of the PhilHealth program? Kasi
That's the question,
buwis
Mr.
natin
President.
yan eh. Buwis
Opo.
natin lahat eh.
Opo.
Hindi naman sila nagbabayad ng buwis dito, di ba?
Opo.
They're foreign workers. Are they entitled? Because in other countries, unless you're a permanent resident, you cannot get the free health care
Yan
that
po
is
ang
given
tanong.
to them, di ba?
Opo, yan po ang
Dapat
tanong.
permanent resident ka at the very least, or working, may parang sa states sa US, it's a green card, di ba? Green
Opo, Mr.
card.
President. Yan ang tanong eh.
Yan ang tanong.
Bakit yung PhilHealth benefits, binabayaran ng empleyado, binabayaran din ng mga, in some cases, ng mga employers, ina-appropriate natin sa Kongreso, bakit mga dayuhan ay nakikihati
Mr.
pa doon, Mr. President? Salamat kaayo, Mr.
President
Good
and
point.
Senator Ontiveros, tama po kayo. Kaya nga, remember, we raised the issue with the supposedly legitimate passports and legitimate birth certificates, but they have become Filipino passport holders. And the DFA submitted their report. I'm not happy with the report because head must roll. Because if you have a Filipino passport, then Filipino ka. Then the PhilHealth benefits,
all the benefits,
accrue to you. That's really grossly unfair and it's illegal. That's why I'm not happy with the DFA report. They should, for me, if I were the head of DFA and you're a passport officer and you approve a Chinese national, even if he has a valid birth certificate, you could immediately see that he could not speak or write or whatever, even with supposed relatives, hindi marunong mag-Filipino or English. They say they don't discriminate. Come on, you would tell. So they must immediately fire that person and hold that person or persons accountable.
That's why, nga, Madam
Yes.
Sponsor, I'm so happy that in today's Inquirer, the Ombudsman has already put on record that he will investigate all agencies that are involved in this
DFA and
shenanigans.
PSA, may I also request, please, the Bureau of Local Employment of DOLE to look into the more than 42,000. They claim it's legal. What do you mean legal POGOs? Are they still there? Do you know they're still there? Have you reviewed it? How many have been revoked? We have to be strict.
Mr. Good sponsor, Mr. President, what the good sponsor has just mentioned is very important. And natalakay din po namin ni Sen. Sherwin dun sa hearing, yung papel po ng local. So we have the Bureau of Local Employment.
Yeah.
We also call the attention po of all the barangays all over the country na makipag-ugnayan pati sa ating law enforcement authorities to crack down on this misuse of government-issued IDs, certainly to crack down on their use sa ganitong mga criminal activities na pinamumunuan nitong mga negosyo di umano, nagsisimula bilang POGO license holders, kalaunan kung ano-ano ng mga krimen ang isinasagawa. Salamat kaayo, Mr.
Thank you,
President.
Madam
Thank
Risa.
you, good sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, before we move for the approval of the budget of DOLE, again, we'd
Pending
like
the
to
submissions.
put into the records, Mr. President, that what some staff from DOLE are saying or conveying to our good sponsor that it is legal, it is not true because it's illegal. They were already apprehended.
Yeah.
So meaning to say, kahit na anong sabihin na legal yung pagbigay nila ng AEPs,
Yeah.
may problema dahil nandun nga po sila, nahuli, illegal na po.
Paano
So kahit
nga
na
nangyari
legal
yun?
na binigay yung AEPs,
Yeah.
illegal yung trabaho nila.
Yeah.
So yun ang
Correct.
point po natin. And I think it's very clear, non-debatable po yun, kaya wag na nating sabihin yung maling informasyon sa ating
Yes.
sponsor this
Yes.
afternoon. With that, Mr.
Before-
President,
And last but not the least, on the labor wages, my friends in the DOLE, yung inyong wage boards, dadalawa pa lahat na yatang region ang nailabas. Yung Mindanao, wala pa. Sa amin. Visayas. Parang dalawa lang yung lumabas na wage increase. Everybody's
according-
suffering. Yung presyo, Madam Sponsor, sa McDonald's at Jollibee sa Manila ay pareho po sa Cagayan de Oro at
Yes.
Bukidnon. Yung presyo ng
13.
bigas dito ay sa parehong presyo dun sa Mindanao at sa Visayas at sa Northern Luzon. So, ano po ang ginagawa nilang hakbang? Di ba? Kasi short of a legislative wage hike that we're really pushing here in the Senate, are the wage boards moving?
Mr. President, I am informed that there are 13 wage boards already issued, but there are pending. 13 already.
Wala pa. I haven't seen it in the papers of the...
Huh?
Only 3 more than pending.
Only 3 are pending?
Yes, ma'am. The 13 regions have issued.
There are 13 regions that have issued and only 3 are pending?
What do you mean by 3 are pending? Only 3 have been released in the amounts? I know NCR. Let's put it on record. Magkano yung increase sa NCR? 40 something, di ba? 47 pesos sa NCR.
40. The increase in NCR, Mr. President, is 40.
40 pesos. Then what is the next increase? What are the... Because I always
let's
monitor.
go
Put it into
one
the
by
record.
one. Region 1, Mr. President, 30 to 35 pesos. Region 1.
Then nag-increase na. So nag-increase na.
Opo.
Saan dito?
Bali tatlo na lang pong rehiyon ang,
Saan dito?
ang hindi pa nag-i-increase.
Which are?
Pending po yung tatlong regions na yun. The
What are the
rest
pending
had
3
increased
regions?
and issued.
Caraga, 10 and 11 are the
10.
regions
Oh,
that
region
are
10.
pending.
That's my region.
That's your region.
And Caraga, that's Northern Mindanao and
Yes.
the
Davao region, Mr. President.
Davao region
And Caraga.
Caraga.
So tatlo na lang.
3 are pending, Mr. President.
Ayun nga. So, kailan kaya ilalabas yung wage increase doon? I'm also a businessman. I'm looking forward to this because we want to make sure that our laborers are also happy. The employees are happy. A happy workforce is a happy and productive company. Yun. Di ba? Okay. So,
Sige
please
po.
be reminded, I'm monitoring it every day.
Friday and submission.
By Friday. Okay, thank you, Mr. President, and there being no other reservation for interpellation, I move that we close the period of interpellations and debate and consider the budget of the Department of Labor and Employment, Office of the Secretary, Institute for Labor Studies, National Conciliation and Mediation Board, National Labor Relations Commission, National Wages and Productivity Commission, and Professional Regulation Commission to be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion of the Majority Floor Leader, the Department of Labor, the budget of the Department of Labor and all its attached offices are deemed submitted. Session suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this juncture I move that we consider the budget of the Technical Education and Skills Development Authority and acknowledge the presence of its officials. We have with us the Secretary of TESDA, our good friend, Secretary Suharto Teng Mangudadato, and to sponsor the measure, may we recognize this representation and to interpolate the distinguished gentleman from Valenzuela, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian.
I'd just like to welcome to the Senate Secretary Mangundadato, dear friend of ours, former colleague in the House, and a former elected public servant. Welcome to your Senate, and to the whole TESDA family, welcome to the Senate. We'd like to recognize the sponsor, Senator, you're sponsoring?
I am
the Majority Floor Leader is sponsoring?
I am taking over the seat of our dear Senate
No
President Pro
other
Tem.
person can defend TESDA better than the original TESDA man himself.
Now I'm scared,
Joe
Mr.
Villanueva.
President, of what you're going to say. But let
And
me
your
just,
twin brother will now interpolate you.
I would just like to put on record, Mr. President, the budget for TESDA this year, the Senate, your Senate version, is 25,973,840. Just to put that on record. We are ready to receive any questions.
I'll now recognize your twin, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian.
Thank you, Mr.
Please
President.
proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. And first of all, my greetings to Secretary Mangudadato. Kung dati ho, meron test naman. Si Secretary Mangudadato is test the daddy. Pang daddy. And I thank him for coming yesterday to share with us some good ideas, good concepts that is good to look at and study to improve our education system. Mr. President, I won't ask any question, but just to manifest a few items. And let me start off with thanking the good sponsor, Senator Legarda, for accepting 3 of our recommendations. We recommended 3 items, all of which she accepted and included in the committee report. And let me just mention the 3 items that we recommended. We recommended funding for the Senior High School Assessment and Certification Support Program. We also requested funding for the expansion of the number of accredited assessors for the NC qualifications, of which the good sponsor, Senator Joel, was very passionate during the hearing. We also proposed, and it was accepted, special provision to prioritize the development of training regulation for upskilling and child development workers. And let me just explain this representation's proposal, Mr. Chairman. And let me just start off with the funding for the Senior High School Assessment and Certification Program. This is a low-hanging fruit, Mr. Chairman, good sponsor, to accredit and finally give certification to our senior high school graduates. Statistics will bear out that out of the 420,000 senior high school students, only a fraction actually take the national certification. Only 6% of that 420,000 take the national certification. However, those who took up national certification, 97% of them passed. So in other words, the passing rate is quite high. The only constraint or the only reason why they are not taking the national certification is the cost, which range from 800 pesos to 1,300 pesos, Mr. Chairman, good sponsor. So a low-hanging fruit to improve the employability of our senior high school graduates, and this is to fund their certification activity. And the certification activity, the amount that we recommended is 438 million pesos to cover all grade 12 learners amounting to 420,000, Mr. Chairman, good sponsor. So this is a low-hanging fruit, and I thank the good sponsor for accepting this, and also thank Chairman Sani Angara for also accepting this. Senator Angara, being a commissioner of the EDCOM, knows about this potential, and I thank, again, the good sponsor for accepting this. The other one is the funding for the expansion of the number of accredited assessors for the NC qualifications. And, magkano yun? 50 million. And this amounts to 50 million pesos, Mr. Chairman. And I remember during the hearing, even though we want to certify all of our senior high school graduates, we don't have the assessors to certify them. And currently, TESDA has about 7,500 pool of assessors. And to certify all of our senior high school graduates, we will need an additional of 11,000. So the 50 million peso proposal, and again, I thank the good sponsor for accepting this, is to increase the number of our assessors so that our senior high school graduates can be assessed and certified, and once they have that national certification, they can bring that out whenever they look for employment, Mr. Chairman. So again, this is a low-hanging fruit with the amount of 50 million pesos. Will increase the number of assessors, and with that increase of number of assessors, we will now have all of our, if they pass, no, but we will have all of our senior high school graduates certified. And the last proposal that we made is a special provision to develop a training regulation for child development workers. Again, another low-hanging fruit. I thank TESDA for coming out with the training regulation for BHWs. Before, our BHWs are just informal employees of our government system. But with that training regulation and with that certification, our BHW became formal employees of our government with the accompanying skills that they can use in order to perform their task better. The same principle applies for our child development workers. These are our present daycare teachers. And to date, we have about 11,000 child development workers who are just high school graduates. They did not finish college, or they did not go to formal tertiary education. That's about 16% of our total child development workers. So the training regulation and their certification will now improve their skills, level up their skills, and this will enable them to, again, perform their job better. And of course, the certification is a bragging, other than acquiring skills, but it's bragging rights for them also, to show that everyone that they have the necessary training and they went through the necessary certification in order to fulfill their jobs much better and up to par. So that's the third recommendation that we propose, and again, I thank a good sponsor for accepting that. And with these three proposals, all low-hanging fruits, we will see a improvement in our education system, particularly in our senior high school, in the delivery of our senior high school system, and in the chances of being employed by our senior high school graduates. So thank you very much, Mr. President, and again, I thank the good sponsor for accepting our proposals.
We appreciate that. Thank you very much, Senator Gatchalian.
Mr. President, may I just be allowed to make a short manifestation as this representation together with Senator Coco Pimentel during the budget deliberation in the committee level of Technical Education Skills Development Authority agreed that indeed we need to put more funds in training our trainers and producing more assessors, especially to cover for the requirement of our TVL track in the K-12 program. We had a chance to meet with the Secretary of TESDA this morning, and we were able to tackle a lot of issues and concerns. And most, if not all, of the concerns of this representation were tackled, and the Secretary himself gave a satisfying answers to the questions that this representation raised. Kitang-kita naman po na buong-buo ang ating suporta dito sa ahensya ng TESDA, at may tuturing kong pinakamamahal kong ahensya, Ginoong Pangulo. Yung alokasyon po dito mula 16 billion para sa taong 2023 hanggang sa 25 billion na iminumungkahi ng institusyon ng Senado ay suportado natin. But in as much as we are in full support of the agency's plans, Mr. President, and initiatives, we were disappointed to hear last time during the budget consideration of TESDA when NEDA's observation last October 2023 that the number of middle and high-skilled occupations decreased year on year while low-skilled occupations increased. And so we wanted TESDA to take the lead. And the minority leader also gave me the go signal to place this on record. That TESDA should lead in future-proofing of our labor workforce and ensure their adaptability to ongoing and future trends in the world of work, including the fourth and the fifth industrial revolution, artificial intelligence, etc. Mr. President, we also look forward to receiving the good news as regards to our TVET outcomes. We hope to see improved numbers, not just in the terms of enrollees and graduates, but more importantly, assessed and certified individuals. And so in line with this, we supported the introduction of additional budget for senior high school assessment and certification support. Pinakita po sa akin ni Senator Doblon kanina yung 438 million na para po dito. Actually, 500 po yung ating minungkahi, but 438 is good enough because we feel, Mr. President, that we need to emphasize the capacity of the agency to administer and implement this program. Another item, Mr. President, that this representation introduced is the expansion of the number of accredited assessors in the amount of 50 million pesos. Actually, I wanted to put more, but again, it is because of the suggestion of TESDA that this is the only amount that they can implement and use in order to produce the maximum number of assessors. Because until now, Mr. President, we are all aware of the shortage of our assessors. Another, Mr. President, is the inclusion of additional 12 million peso budget for the Secretariat of the Philippine Qualifications Framework. This is a pet measure of this representation that has become a law, but unfortunately, hindi makamove forward ng husto dahil kulang sa budget at kulang din sa meeting yung National Coordinating Council. Buti na lang si mismong Vice President Sara Duterte started calling for meetings because in less than 1.5 years, naka-4 na meeting na po siya, if I'm not mistaken. Samantalang, in the last 4 years, before she came in, 4 na beses lang din nag-meet yung PQF-NCC. Another, Mr. President, that we put in is the allotment of funding, additional funding for the Tulong Trabaho Fund for the development of models and guidelines. I think this is very important for the recognition of globally recognized courses offering micro-credentials and massive online open courses. I know for a fact that we can do more, but we really have to look at the performance of the agency, Mr. President, and kanina very fruitful yung aming naging pag-uusap ni Secretary Mangudadatu. And in addition, Mr. President, with the members of the Education Commission, because I can see here Chairman Sherwin Gatchalian, Commissioner Sani Angara, Commissioner Chis Escudero, Commissioner Pia Cayetano, We also supported the funding of the assessment and certification of senior high school students in the TVL track. The objective, Mr. President, is to ensure that we become the bridge. Tayo po yung magiging tulay that leads our trainees to better employment and work opportunities, better income and benefits, better lives overall. So, yun lamang po, Mr. President, and again, let me put into the records that this representation fully supports the passage of the budget of the Technical Education and Skills Development Authority.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I acknowledge that and welcome that. Thank you, Senator Majority Leader Villanueva and Senate Minority. That's your joint manifestation of the majority and the minority. We fully appreciate that.
Mr. President, the Minority Leader would like to also make a manifestation on this particular budget.
I changed my
Items,
mind,
Mr.
Mr. President. I'll ask a few questions, Mr. President.
The minority floor leader is
Yes,
recognized.
but before I begin, I fully endorse what the recommendations of our majority leader. Actually, he is the testament of not only of the Senate but of the entire country, Mr. President. Siya talaga ang recognized expert natin dito. Kung ano po yung recommendation niya, nag-usap nga kami sa lounge kanina, naririnig ko naman yung recommendation siya, sabi ko, okay. Automatic yon. We will be fully supportive of the recommendations of the majority leader when it comes to TESDA. Okay. But sige lang, for the benefit of our constituents, no, the committee report increases the budget by 502 million pesos. Can we just summarize the uses of the 502 million pesos?
I'll read into the record, Mr. President, the increase of 502.174. MOE increase will fund the following: national certification for grades from grades 11 and 12, technical vocational livelihood students, 438,162, hiring of 11,838 assessors to facilitate assessment and certification, 50,012, Philippine Qualifications Framework, PQF Secretariat, 12,000, Tulong Trabaho Fund to be used for the development of models and guidelines for the recognition of globally recognized courses offering micro-credentials and massive online open courses. This is 2 million? 2 million. 2 million. A total of 502,174.
How does the GAB level of 25.4 billion compare to the NEP level?
The 2024 GAB,
It increased by 10 billion, net to GAP.
the NEP of 2024,
Yeah.
and the GAB increased by 10.4 million. B. Yes, 10.4 billion.
Papa.
Sure?
Sige pa, okay.
Okay. 481 to be exact.
Okay, sige. The GAB increases the NEP by 10.4 and then our committee adds another 500.
Yes, Mr. President.
Para
For sure.
so that the secretary knows the support given by Congress. Laki pala ng support given to you, secretary, by Congress. So that's how
Thank you.
critical and important your agency is. Well, Mr. President, I took an active part in the committee hearings naman. So I know the efforts being done by the new secretary and as well as the agency. I know you're rationalizing the number of courses, bio courses or competencies that you are offering the public. Siguro you're adjusting your. It's either you are now deleting the obsolete ones or found to be obsolete, unpopular, or no longer necessary. You are consolidating some of them, and maybe you're introducing new ones, anticipating changes in the world economy, domestic economy, the labor market situation. So I encourage you to continue to continuously do the review or the rationalization of the courses that you are offering. Kasi nakita ko siguro, ito, common sense tells me na kung dadamihan natin ito, then therefore ang overhead natin mas malaki. So we keep on reviewing, and then I know you have the flexibility naman to do that, no? To revise your offerings to the public. So yun po yung actually ang nagustuhan ko dun sa ating committee hearings, that you have this effort to do this, no? And then can we hear from the Secretary what are some of the future plans for the agency? Kahit isa o dalawa lamang po.
Would you like the sponsor, Your Honor, for me to say what their plans are, or would you like us to suspend the rules so you can hear the voice of the new secretary?
We can do it through
Okay,
the
thank you,
sponsor.
Mr. President.
Yes. No need. Just
the
if the
testament-
secretary can just give us one novel idea or a new plan coming up for TESDA. Okay na? Pag nila ito i-drop, siguro meron naman siguro 7 list of list of
Yes. Mr. President, this is a new program. It's a 2023, supposedly to 2028 TESDA Skills Development Plan. It's a draft strategic framework. The vision is for a globally recognized Philippine TVET as a catalyst for education and lifelong learning, workforce, and socioeconomic transformation. And let me go directly to the strategic pillars. A modern and responsive technical and vocational training and lifelong learning advanced and reinforced program, quality, competence, and productivity of workforce enhanced, quality assurance on certification standards, equivalencies, and qualifications should be strengthened, collaborations with industry, government, academe, labor, and other stakeholders expanded and sustained, and transformative and innovative TVET ecosystem organized, managed, and strengthened, and Philippine TVET system and governance harmonized. This is supposedly a re-engineered, agile, data-driven, future-oriented TVET producing sustainable, high-value Philippine lifelong learners responsive to dynamic demands of the evolving labor markets, globalization, and the digital age.
Okay, siguro po maybe details can be provided
Yes.
our offices. Okay.
I was supposed
Sige.
to ask that
Sige
as
po.
well. Yes, how do you operationalize
Yes.
the grand vision
Yes.
in the next 5
But
years?
this is the new vision being introduced by the new leader of the agency, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr.
So congratulations for that. And then siguro, maybe we can pursue the idea of introducing some tech voc concepts or ideas and even skills at the earlier stages of life, maybe beginning at the senior high school level, Mr. President, if that can be done, Mr. Secretary. So, pag-isipan natin. Of course, we need the cooperation of the other departments involved, like the DepEd. So just a suggestion, and the idea I got from the Secretary himself, actually. So, yun lang. So, congratulations for that, Secretary. Pursue po natin yun. The earlier we introduce our citizens, constituents, and the learners to some tech voc principles and even actual skills, the better. Kasi mag-time and motion study rin siguro ang EDCOM 2 on how our students spend their time in school. Baka naman may mga free time sila doon so we can now introduce some tech voc subjects, Mr. President.
We take note of that, and of course, yes,
Yes.
because you had received that idea, not just in our hearing, but also in your discussions with the good
Yes.
secretary.
And I like the idea, actually,
Yes,
Mr. President. So
yes.
I'm endorsing it.
Very good.
So with that, thank you. Congratulations to TESDA, and thank you for your patience, and also our sponsor. Thank you, ma'am. You look
Thank you
better.
very-
You look better now. So kanina kasi you were in pain.
Ano?
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
You look healthier now.
Thank you. We still have to have a late lunch. Thank you,
Salamat
Mr.
po,
President.
salamat po sila. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. And there being no other reservation for interpellation, I move that we close the period of interpellations and debate and consider the budget of Technical Education and Skills Development Authority to be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Mr. President.
There is a motion of the Majority Floor Leader to close the period of interpellation and consider submitted the Technical Education and Skills Development Authority, TESDA. Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I ask for a minute suspension?
Session suspended.
you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we consider the budget of the Anti-Red Tape Authority and acknowledge the presence of its officials headed by Director General Ernesto Perez. We now move to recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, Senator Risa Ontiveros, our Deputy Minority Leader, and to interpolate our Minority Leader. Yes, you hear it right. Our Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel. So move, Mr. President.
The consideration of the budget of the Anti-Red Tape Authority is now in order for today's interpellation. Our sponsor, Senator Ontiveros and Senator Pimentel are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Magandang hapon po mga kasama sa Senado at sa ARTA family, led by Director General Ernesto Perez. Mr. President, I'm pleased to sponsor the 2024 total new appropriations of the Anti-Red Tape Authority amounting to 490,007,000 pesos, which is higher by 200 million pesos than the National Expenditure Program. The additional 200 million pesos requested by the agency and which was granted by the House of Representatives was likewise retained in your subcommittee report. Having said that, Mr. President, I am now ready to receive questions related to the agency and glad to do so from my Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. And the purpose why we are scrutinizing the budgets of the agencies, even under the chairmanship of our Deputy Minority Leader, is to promote a transparent process in how we budget the people's money. So, to get the people involved, para alam nila ano po ang mga detalye po ng budget po natin. As far as ARTA is concerned, the COA has raised concerns over the slow complaint resolution process of the ARTA. So, according to the State Auditor, in the 2020 report, ARTA was not able to maximize the benefits of investigating complaints in a timely manner to address the red tape as part of its ease of doing business and efficient delivery of government services program. Wala daw kayong specific time frames prescribed in your certain procedures of the ARTA related to the handling of complaints. So can we get the response, Mr. President, of the agency? Tapos there's even an allegation that it took you an average of 124 days just to accomplish the first 2 steps in the complaint resolution process. So can we get an update?
Thank you, good Minority Leader, Mr. President. In order to address the COA audit findings, including the particular one mentioned by the Minority Leader, the ARTA devised 3 major initiatives or action plans as follows. Strict observance of turnaround time. Ito na po yung una kong babanggitin dahil ito yung particular na tinatanong ng Minority Leader. Dagdag po doon, revised 2023 Rules of Procedures. At third and last, enhancement of complaints documentation and filing system. On the status of implementation of the agency action plan on the COA findings, kaugnay po ng strict observance of the turnaround time in the issuance of resolutions, to strictly observe the turnaround time indicated in the guidelines to ensure expeditious, just, and inexpensive disposition of complaints, and to balance the interest of stakeholders, particularly the complainant and the respondent. Resolutions will be drafted by the handling lawyer within 20 working days from the time the case is submitted for resolution. The division chief is likewise given 20 working days to review the said resolution, which shall be forwarded to the director, who has 15 working days to review, and another 10 working days will be allotted for the review of the Deputy Director General for Legal. So overall, Minority Leader, Mr. President, the fully implemented processing time for the issuance of the resolution from the time that it was submitted for resolution is 65 working days. So halos kalahati na lamang po, Minority Leader, Mr. President, dun sa napuna ng COA na average of 124 days. Likewise, kasama po sa Agency Action Plan on the COA findings ay the 2023 revised rules of procedure are fully implemented. The 2023 RROP was published in the Manila Bulletin on 20th March 2023 and became immediately effective thereafter. Moreover, in compliance with the COA's recommendation, timelines have been defined in the 2023 RROP. The timeline for assessment of initial complaints and issuance of order of submission of counter affidavit were made in accordance with the periods provided under the updated Citizens Charter. And last but not the least, sa Agency Action Plan, enhancement of complaints documentation and filing system. To enhance the documentation and filing system to remain strong in its pledge to have a transparent disposition of complaints, thereby safeguarding the reputation of the agency and the interests of the public, the ARTA ICT unit is currently developing a web-based record system that users may access through a browser. This system will be responsible for storing all the files and data that are being filed with the authority. The storage of the system is cloud-based, of which its cost is included already in the approved ARTA ISSP. So, also to address yung puna ng COA na walang specific time frame, ito na po yung timeline for the whole system. Fourth quarter of 2023, which we are in, ito po yung procurement of IT provider. Sa first quarter ng 2024, yung system design. Second quarter of 2024 ay yung planning phase. At sa third quarter of 2024, gagawin yung implementation and launching. But in the meantime, ARTA uses Excel for manual records keeping and of course, filing cabinets as physical storage. So ito po, good Minority Leader, Mr. President, mga tugon, diretsong tugon at related na mga tugon para bilang response dun sa COA critiques about the slow complaint resolution process, walang specific time frame, tapos yung dating average of 124 days. Good Minority Leader, Mr.
Thank you for
President.
the comprehensive response, Mr. President. So we are hoping that by next year, hindi na po ito lalabas sa 2023 COA
Opo.
report.
Good Minority Leader.
Pero can I remind the commissioners, yung finding kasi is very specific. No, it took you an average of 124 days just to accomplish the first two steps in the complaint resolution process. Parang ang narinig ko is you impose a 65-day deadline, but that's for resolving.
Opo.
After taking all the steps, that's the period of time you give yourselves to decide the issue. Pero ang tanong nga yung first two steps. So please focus on that para
Opo.
otherwise if you don't focus on that, it might appear again in the report for this year.
In fact, good Minority Leader, focusing just on the first two steps, makakat down, hindi lang by kalahati, pero by 2/3. Dahil kung dati, napansin ng COA na may average of 124 days just for the first two steps, dito po sa bagong turnaround time na sineset ng ARTA ma-observe, sa first two steps, dapat tatapusin nila within 40 working days na lamang.
Okay.
Good Minority
So
Leader.
I did not hear that.
Opo.
Okay, or I did not get that. So it's there. It was there. It's there
Opo.
in the
Opo.
reforms. in
The first
reforms.
step,
Okay, thank you.
Opo, the resolution will be
Good.
drafted by the handling lawyer within 20 working days from the time the case is submitted for resolution. And then the division chief is likewise given 20 working days to review the said resolution. Good Minority Leader.
Sige po. Thank you for that, no, Mr. President. What government agency is the most complained of in terms of inefficiencies in its processes? Ito yung most complained. Ito na yung lowest sa ARTA scorecard. Iba pa rin to.
Yes, good minority leader, Mr. President. Based on the number of ARTA-related complaints received by the authority from 2018 to the present, so a half-decade period po, the most complained of agency is the Social Security System.
Okay.
Followed by, meron po
Sige ba,
tayong,
sige.
unfortunately, mga runners-up dahil
Sige ba.
meron pong table ang ARTA na 10 most complained of national government agencies based on the total number of ARTA-related complaints received from January to 31st August 2023. So just the first 8 months of this year, ang kasunod ng SSS with a total number of 51 complaints received na ARTA-related. Susunod po yung Land Registration Authority with 40 complaints. Third, yung DENR with 38 complaints. Fourth is the Bureau of Internal Revenue with 25 complaints. Fifth is the Land Transportation Office with 23 complaints. Sixth is the DSUD with 18 complaints. Seventh is the Food and Drug Administration with 17 complaints. Eighth is the Securities and Exchange Commission with 15 complaints. Ninth is the Department of Education with 14 complaints. And last but not the least, Philippine National Police with a total of 13 ARTA-related complaints received. And for the additional information of the good minority leader, Mr. President, the complaints are by volume, but of course, ninonote po ng ARTA, this does not mean that the agencies did not resolve these.
Correct, correct.
Ito po yung natanggap.
ARTA issues a report card, para ganun, report card survey. Kaya nga,
Opo.
question ko po is, what agency got the highest rating naman per ARTA?
Highest rating.
Kahit top 5 po,
Mr.
top 5 na lang.
Opo, good minority leader, Mr. President, by agency category, the following agencies naman po received the highest rating. Department of Foreign Affairs received the highest rating, 90.96%. Na sa ARTA scale ay very satisfactory. Ang DFA po, highest rating among the 21 NGAs with completed RCS score. While the Government Service Insurance System gained the highest RCS score, garnering 92.8%, also very satisfactory among the 5 government-owned and controlled corporations with completed RCS score. So, yung DFA po,
DFA.
top sa NGAs, GSIS naman po, top rating sa GOCCs. For local government units, sana naririnig po ito ng ating colleague, Valenzuela City received the highest rating with 86.1% satisfactory among the LGUs with complete score. Sa mga state colleges and universities naman po, with completed RCS score, University of the Philippines Diliman received the highest rating at 90.27%, also very satisfactory. And for hospitals, among the 5 hospitals with completed RCS score, the Philippine Children's Medical Center received the highest rating at 90.17%, also very satisfactory, good minority leader.
So congratulations to all of those agencies, Mr. President. The agency seems to have an issue with the Office of the Ombudsman. The Ombudsman has been quoted as asking for the abolition of the ARTA and the repeal of the ARTA law. Can you give your inputs on this issue? What's the position of ARTA? Do we have overlapping functions with other government agencies? Or even with the Ombudsman's investigative function?
Thank you, good minority leader, Mr. President. That probably was the state of the relationship and the problem last year. But I am happy to report from the authority that the law, as worded now, requires all the authorities' findings and recommendations for violation of the law to be submitted to the Ombudsman for approval. Hence, there is no encroachment at all. In fact, the ARTA cannot even impose penalties. Further, ina-affirm po ng authority that the authority respects the opinion of the Ombudsman and they will defer as well to the better judgment of the Office of the President, to which ARTA is an attached agency, to Congress, which enacted the law, and to the Supreme Court, if the issue will be brought for final resolution. So sa ngayon po, Good Minority Leader, ang appreciation ng ARTA ay ang kanyang role supplements the power of the Ombudsman by providing service to the transacting public, specifically addressing their complaints in relation to violations stated in Section 17 of the Ease of Doing Business Law, o RA 11032.
So thank you for that good news, Mr. President. So meron na tayong harmony and cooperation. What is the status of the Go.Smart app? Is that a project of the ARTA, Mr. President?
Yes, Good Minority Leader, Mr. President. In fact, the Go Smart App project was discontinued after partial only implementation in 2022 dahil po the project was deemed redundant from DICT's ILGU.
How much have we spent for this project, Mr. President? Tapos yung nagastos ba rito, parang ano na? Parang na-waste na po yung halagang yan?
How much was spent? Was wasted. So, deemed wasted ba?
Pero,
Yes, Good Minority Leader, Mr. President. A total of 1.2 million pesos was spent by the authority for the Go Smart project, now discontinued after partial implementation in 2022. I hope that ituturing ng authority na hindi lamang wasted yung perang iyon, but with the lessons learned, at dahil nandyan naman yung siguro itinuring na mas okay na app ng DICT na ILGU, that moving forward, even better use will be made of the budget na i-appropriate ng Kongreso sa authority.
sige po, if we admit that that was a mistake, then let's learn some lessons para we won't waste resources in the future. Unfortunately, sa pangalan ng app kasi, ILGU. So parang pang specific for LGUs. Hindi naman lang limited ng ARTA sa LGU. So I don't know, did you not argue your case na medyo mas wider yung yung scope ng yung application, yung beneficiaries mas malawak po? Or yung users pala, the stakeholders and the users?
Actually, Good Minority Leader, Mr. President, that's a very good point. Sinabi naman po ng Director General ng Authority na diniscontinue ang Smart App on the advice of the DICT. Pero tama po kayo, ang saklaw lang nun ay yung LGUs. So I think it's a pending question to the authority. Ang good news naman po on the back of almost having, or practically, ayoko lang kasing sabihin na wasted yung 1.2 million, pero meron pa palang remaining funds. At yung mga iyon po ay reprogrammed sa similar ease of doing business-related projects na hindi naman limitado sa LGUs, but cover all manners of government agencies and bodies na ino-oversee ng ARTA in terms of their compliance with the EODB law.
Pero hindi, it's not going to developing another app. Hindi na nga kasi.
Hindi po, a Good Minority Leader.
But at any rate, siguro conceptually continued just to argue kung do we need an app which is ARTA ARTA relevant or ARTA related. Pero wag nyo munang gastusan until we get all the clearances. Pero it looks like pwede kasi yung Go.Smart app, baka yung applications niya would be more than the ILGU. So,
I agree with the...
just-
Opo,
Just continue the discussion or the presentation of your idea, pero wag nyo muna ngang i-implement kasi baka naman mapagastos na naman tayo ng aksaya po, Mr. President. So,
I agree with the good minority leader, Mr. President.
So at any rate,
And,
Mr. President, wala namang nababasa tayong issues raised by our constituents against the ARTA. Yun lang yung skirmish niyo with the Office of the Ombudsman. Pero resolved na po yun. So keep up the good work, gentlemen and ladies of ARTA. And we are here to support you. Kagagaling lang po rito ng author ng law ninyo who is our Senate President. So kung anong request ninyo, siguradong we have the support of the Senate President. And so we wish you all the best and thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Sponsor.
Dagang
for your
salamat,
patience.
Minority Leader. And very well taken yung points ninyo about app development and very timely dahil sabi po ng Director General ng Authority, they are thinking about or looking into developing an innovation app. Bagay po sa broader mandate of the ARTA. But well taken po yung caution ng Minority Leader about taking their time about it after the experience with the Go Smart app. Salamat, Mr. President.
Senator Ejercito is recognized for his manifestation.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I'd like to thank the good sponsor. No, I think you know my issue with ARTA during our budget hearing. But I'd like to thank them for writing a letter already. And actually, apology is accepted, but still, I hope it does not happen again. No, that I wrote them several times yung kanilang issue justification is that they were waiting for the case to be resolved. But still, we were just asking for updates. And I'm not that I'm a senator of the Republic. What if an ordinary person writes them, baka mas lalong hindi nila pansinin. Now, I hope it does not happen again. And incidentally, there's a significant increase in the budget of ARTA from the NEP to the GAP amounting to 200 billion. I'm hoping that they will be more proactive this time. They will spend it very well. So with the fund that they will be receiving for 2024, I'm hoping. Can we expect them to be more proactive, Your Honor? Good sponsor?
Yes, good gentleman, Mr. President. In word, in thumbs up, in nodding of the head, the good gentleman has the full commitment of the authority po.
And also, I'd like to ask their commitment not only to wait for complaints to be filed in their office, but also initiate inquiries themselves, no? If possible.
Yes, good gentleman. In the spirit of the acting motu proprio on citizens' issues.
And I'd like to thank again the Director General for the letter, lengthily explaining what transpired. This is regarding the San Juan. It may be parochial, but again, it may happen everywhere. No, kaya ako nilabas po ito, good sponsor, Mr. President, that because of the ugly head of politics, this may happen to people who are who deserve to get what is due to them. In this case, the terminal leave of certain San Juan employees, numbering 30, but now down to 11. May nadagdag na naman. But for the record, at present, after 2019, up to this present, 12 retirees pa as we speak ang hindi pa nakakatanggap ng kanilang terminal leave benefit, no? So nakakalungkot dahil ito pera po nila ito. These are hard-earned money that they toiled for several years, 10, 20, 15, some or even 30 years. So ang akin lang kasi people like this have no, kumbaga, against a powerful individual like a mayor, no? In this case, ano po laban nila, 'di ba? As what Senator Tufo mentioned earlier sa mga niya, what he always mentioned that those who have less in light should have more in law. So yun lang po, no? well, there's already a finding. Ang may sala dito yung administrator, but although I do not agree, Mr. President, Your Honor, because it was proven that the mayor himself said that it was a common decision among them. So parang na-absuelto na kagad yung mayor. Kawawa naman itong mga employees, no? So for the record, I'm hoping that they will still assist, even civil service, the ARTA, would help these 12 employees who served San Juan very well. No? It just so happened na kami po yung nakaupo siguro at that time, but they served the city very well. And what we are enjoying right now as a city, it is one of the most progressive. Nakatulong po ito as a team. So I'm hoping that, again, a reminder that those who have less in life should have more in law. Dapat mas kampiyan po natin yung mga talagang, kumbaga, yung mga ordinaryong mga mamamayan. That's all, Madam Chair, and congratulations to ARTA sa 99% na inyong batting average, no, na pag-resolve ng case. So, happen lang yung 1%, nakasama kami doon. Sana hindi na maulit yun muli. Thank you, Madam Sponsor and Mr. President.
Thank you, good gentleman. Mr. President, this representation joins the good gentleman sa kanilang pag-champion niyang prinsipyo na yung mga mas wala sa buhay ay dapat mas mayroon sa batas. Ang bawat mamamayan, sa usapin man ng masagot ang sulat nila, katulad ng sulat ng isang senador, at sa usapin ng kanilang mga karapatan sa paggawa. Halimbawa dito sa terminal leave benefits. Kakadiscuss din po natin ang ganyang mga karapatan ng manggagawa sa budget ng DOLE, and in fact, ang kasunod yung mga empleyado din sa ating public sector. So very, very timely po ito, and I join the good gentleman sa kanilang idinudulog sa ARTA na sa tulong din ng CSC, maasistehan pa itong 12 retirees nagsilbi ng 1 hanggang 3 dekada sa kanilang lungsod na makuha yung kanilang benepisyo na halos kalahating dekada na nilang iniintay. And lastly, I just would like to affirm what this representation said, even in the committee hearing. Ang niraise pong mga issues ng good gentleman ay hindi po parochial. Dahil totoong hindi lang maaring mangyari sa kahit anong syudad sa ating bansa, pero yang is usapin ng labor rights, even public sector rights, may national, and even masasabi natin transcendental importance. So muli maraming salamat sa good gentleman, Mr. President.
Mr. President,
Before
Mr. President, may I just join the call of our distinguished colleague, Senator Ejercito, and the sponsor of the measure for these agencies, particularly the Anti-Red Tape Authority and the Civil Service Commission, to help out the marginalized sector of our society. And we feel that they have given a lot to our country and to our people, and they don't deserve, Mr. President, na maghintay ng ganitong katagal to reap the fruits of their labor. I also would like to point out, Mr. President, that I am the principal author of ARTA. That's my first law of my second term as a member of Congress. And I remember the Senate, actually, then Senate, adopted the House version to fast track the process. And so I am a proud author of this measure, and I'm happy to hear a lot of good things and accomplishments of this particular agency. And with that, Mr.
Good
President,
Majority Leader, before the Good Majority Leader continues, ARTA well remembers that RA 9485 and that happy year of 2007. Opo. So salamat po para
Thank
doon,
you,
Majority
Madam.
Leader and Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Sponsor. Mr. President, there being no other reservation for interpellation, I move that we close the period of interpellations and debate and consider the budget of the Anti-Red Tape Authority to be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Mr. President.
There is a motion of the Majority Floor Leader to close the period of interpellation and consider the budget of the Anti-Red Tape Authority to be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr.
Majority.
President. May I ask for a minute suspension?
Session suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we consider the budget of the Civil Service Commission and acknowledge the presence of its official. The chair is here, former colleague, Chairman Carlo Nograles. We now recognize the distinguished sponsor of to defend is Senator Risa Ontiveros, our Deputy Minority Leader, and to interpellate our Minority Leader, Senator Aquilino Cocomiter. I move that they be recognized, Your Honor.
The consideration of the budget of the Civil Service and Commission and the Career Executive Service Board is now in order for today's interpellation. Senators Pimentel and Senators Ontiveros and Senator Pimentel are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues in the Senate. To the civil service family led by Chairperson Carlo Alexi Nograles and Commissioners Eileen Lizada and Ryan Acosta. And also, Mr. President, to the Career Executive Service Board led by Executive Director Maria Marcy Ballesteros. Mr. President, I'm pleased to sponsor the 2024 total new appropriations of the Civil Service Commission, which stand at 2 billion, Mr. President, 2,047,957,000 pesos, higher by 95,200,000 pesos than the NEP and GAB version of 1,952,757,000 pesos. The additional 95,200,000 pesos capital outlay requested by the agency and granted by your subcommittee will be used for the construction of additional CSC field offices. The budget of the Career Executive Service Board, meanwhile, remains unchanged from the NEP and GAB at 90,780,000 pesos in our subcommittee report. Having said that, Mr. President, I'm now ready to receive interpellations for the said agencies.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the permission of our sponsor. Well, Mr. President, the budget for the Civil Service Commission has been scrutinized by our Deputy Minority Leader. It is as if that has been scrutinized by the minority already in the Senate, Mr. President.
Thank you, good minority.
If she endorses the budget, actually she augmented the budget through her subcommittee. We agree with the decision of our Deputy Minority Leader.
Thank you, good minority.
The Civil Service Commission is a constitutional body. Ganun kahalaga yan. Hindi created by law, created by the Constitution, which enjoys fiscal autonomy also, Mr. President. And wala naman tayong naririnig na issues against the Commission. We know the leaders of the Commission. They are reputable persons with track records, impressive track records, Mr. President. So we will no longer have any questions, and we will support the recommendation of the subcommittee. And we notice that the subcommittee, led by our Deputy Minority Leader, proposed the increase of 95,200,000 pesos. Ang question ko na lang siguro, does this answer now the wish list of the Civil Service Commission? Yun na ba yun? Yun na yun?
Partly but not completely, good minority leader,
sige,
Mr. President.
Ano pa pong kulang na pwede natin magawa, Mr.
Well,
President?
nako, napakagandang tanong po, good minority leader, Mr. President. Sa ngayon, itong additional capital outlay of 95,200,000 pesos will be used to construct additional field offices of the CSC based on their priority. So priority pa lamang po ito, good minority leader, pero meron pa pong iba sana. Pero initially, ito po ay magko-cover ng initial funding for Davao City Regional Office, which is envisioned to become a central hub for Mindanao. Pangalawa, Batanes, which will allow processing of documents within the province. Di na po sila kailangan lumipad or magbarko palabas. And third, for this first batch of regional offices, Lanao del Sur Field Office to cater to the area of Marawi and surrounding areas. Iba pang wish list. Further, good minority leader, Mr. President, additional MOOE is also requested by CSC in the magnitude of 92 million pesos.
Okay. So, kasi magkamuka na 95.2 yung dinagdag natin and then the request is 92. Okay, so so I got confused there. So the 92 will be MOE. So because why? Because of increased expenses by the commission, or to answer for the regional offices expenditures, Mr. President?
The 92 million, good Minority Leader, Mr. President, would cover ICT subscriptions and also at pati po i-cover yung MOOE item for the regional offices. Ang detalye po niyan, good Minority Leader, ay para sa ISSP recurring, mako-cover po yan ng 61,085,588 at yung MOOE utilities in particular 31,853,273 for a total of 92,938,861 sa wishlist po.
Sige po, ando pala yung subscription, ICT subscription. Siguro, we have to improve the budget process. It should be included already in the NEP, Mr. President, kasi ano yan commitment for intellectual property, o ano yan, respect for intellectual property, Mr. So
That's a
anyway,
very welcome suggestion from the
Next
good
time.
Minority Leader on the part of the Commission. Hindi lang po kasi na-approve ng DBM para maisama po sa NEP, pero kung kaya po nating gawin,
Apa.
mas maigi po.
Alam mo, the commissioner, the chairman, the commissioners are very proactive. They reach out to us and explain to us their reform agenda. So we really appreciate that. So tulungan po natin sila sa mga bills na propose nila. At any rate, Mr. President, this has been pre-cleared with the chairman of the Finance Committee of the Senate. So I am endorsing the request for 92 million. Sabi ng subcommittee chair natin, approve. Sabi ng chair ng mother committee natin, approve. So wala na po siguro tayong pinag-uusapan pa. How about the Career Service
Salamat.
Executive Board?
Yes.
Career Executive Service Board. Any wish list from that board? Wala na. Okay na po yung good news din naman din. Good news din naman na wala na. Okay lang po yung walang pilitan. Opo, wala na.
Pero magre-rain check na lang po
Okay.
kami at ang board sa Good Minority Leader, Mr. President, sa susunod na taon. I mean, thank you so much dun sa pagsuporta nyo sa additional 92 million MOOE para sa CSC, and we will count on the same generosity and support from the Good Minority Leader at yung ating ibang mga colleagues para din sa CESB sa budget ng 2025.
It's a unanimous support. So
Daghang
congratulations
salamat.
also. Thank you very much.
Salamat
Thank
kaayo,
you,
Good Minority
Madam
Leader.
Sponsor.
Salamat,
Thank
Mr.
you.
President.
Mr. President, before we move for the approval of the budget of the civil service, I'd just like to take this opportunity to thank the good sponsor again for the support, no, yung sa issue ko sa ARTA. But I would like to bring this up briefly dito na sa civil service because I think this concerns them. This will not take 5 minutes, Your Honor. Republic Act number 10154, an act requiring all concerned government agencies to ensure that early release of the retirement pay, pensions, gratuities, and other benefits of retiring government employees. I suppose that it's the Civil Service Commission who is tasked to implement this Republic Act. RA number 10154 acknowledges in its declaration of state policy that public officers and employees who have spent the best years of their lives serving the government and public should not be made to wait to receive benefits which are due to them under the law. Further, it was also reiterated that the highest priority shall be given to the payment and or settlement of the pensions, gratuities, and or other retirement benefits of retiring government employees. There is even a penalty of suspension from service without pay from 6 months to 1 year in the event of unjustified failure or refusal to release retirement benefits due to an employee. Actually, Madam Sponsor, Mr. President, I already mentioned this before to our chair, Carlo Nograles, but this has been filed with ARTA also. No? This regarding the San Juan City employees who have not yet received their terminal leave since 2019 up to the present. They numbered 30 before, but now as we speak, there's still 12, no, that have not received their terminal leave. And from what I know is that this terminal leave is their money. Pinaghirapan po nila yan, 10, 15, 20, even 30 years of service. So I'm hoping that, I will not bring this up today, but I'm hoping that the Civil Service Commission will be able to help and assist these poor employees who have served our city very well. As what the good sponsor has mentioned earlier, sabi ko kasi parochial to, but tama po ang ating good sponsor, that it can happen to other parts of also who will, pag meron pong nag-change yung administration, natural na talaga merong the ugly head of politics sometimes comes out, no, yung vindictiveness. But not, sabi ko nga sana, hayaan na lang sa aming politiko yung bangayan, wag naman idamay ang mga empleyado. So I am requesting and appealing to the Civil Service Commission in case this reaches their agency. I'm hoping that they will assist these people. Alam nyo, yung 2-3 milyon, maaring kay Mayor Zamora, baliwala. Pero sa mga taong ito, pinaghirapan nila ng 30 taon, 20 taon, malaking bagay po sa kanila yon. So, as again, I reiterate that those who have less in life should have more in law. So, dapat ganun po tayo. Those people who have nowhere else to turn to, sana po ay ating po maalalayan. So, that's all, Madam Sponsor. I'd like to thank you again for the support and for understanding the plight of these people who have served our city very well.
Very welcome, good gentleman. At ngayon pa lamang po ay nadidinig ng CSC at sa totoo lang ay sisimulan na nilang tugunan ito in a very formal and official way dahil may isa na pong taga City of San Juan, isa sa 12 empleyado pong ito, may case pending na po siya sa OLA ng Civil Service Commission at ito po si Ginoong Raul Gungon para dun po sa retirement benefits nila. And pinapasabi din po ng chair ng CSC, si Chair Nograles, dito sa ating open plenary, na pwede pong kontakin pa nung ibang mga naghihintay pang empleyado yung center ng bayan ng CSC. So proactively iniimbita na nila sila. He's telling them that the commission is very open and would just be waiting if they want to bring this case to the attention of the CSC. Actually today po, good gentleman, Mr. President, nakikita po natin ang iba't ibang mga ahensya working together to respond to this very important pending case raised by the good gentleman. Pinapasabi din po kanina ni ARTA, DG Perez, na on Friday, just 2 days from now, magdadaos po sila ng isa pang hearing para mas itulak pa sa solusyon na yung para sa 12 empleyado pang natitira. So, thanks to the good gentleman, dahil po sa kanilang pag-follow up dito over the past 4 years, andito po ang CSC, andito po kanina ang ARTA at pagtutulungan po nila itong 12 kababayan natin. Good gentleman.
Yes, thank you to our good sponsor for also for understanding the plight of these poor employees who have really worked and toiled hard through the years. So maraming salamat and we really appreciate it, Mr. President. But before I move to close the period of interpellation, the gentleman from Davao would like to be recognized, Senator Bato de la Rosa. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Senator Senator De La Rosa is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Majority Leader, Your Honor, Madam Sponsor, this is not a question, just a short manifestation, Madam Sponsor. This is with regards to the problems of the, following the lines of the acting Majority Leader, that those who have less in life should have more in law. At inulit mo rin yan kanina. At present kasi itong mga dating mga tauhan ko sa Bureau of Corrections, they have less in life and they have more problems to solve. Kaya ito problema nila about their eligibility. Since andito naman yung ating mga ating chairman at mga commissioners ng civil service, I know that nahirapan kayo dito because batas talaga ito na they're only given 5 years to, according to the Bucor Modernization Law, they're only given
5 years to complete their eligibility requirements. So, ang akin kasi, good sponsor, is that may dumaan na 2 taon na pandemya. At yung 2 taon na yun, talagang walang activities. Hindi sila nakapag-take ng exam ng eligibility. Yung iba hindi nakapag-aral. So, ngayon, nagtapos na yung adjustment period. I know, it requires legislation to amend the law kung gusto natin extend. Pero from the end of the commission na lang, I am appealing to them na baka pwede nyo bigyan ng kunting leniency. Kasi itong mga tao na ito, they are about to retire, mga patapos na ito sila sa serbisyo nila. Baka kung pwede lang, mabigyan lang kung ano, within the framework of the law, kung ano lang matulong na may bigay natin. Karamihan sa kanila talaga, they're forced to retire. Dahil there's no way that they were able to avail of the eligibility status. Yun lang, Madam Sponsor.
Opo, salamat kaayo, good gentleman, Mr. President. Ayon po sa chair ng CSC, sa totoo lang, iniintay na lamang nila ang Department of Justice na sulatan sila tungkol sa isyung ito. So baka pwede pong pagtulungan namin ng good gentleman i-follow up yung DOJ kasi yun na lang ang hinihintay ng CSC para aksyonan po itong usapin ng mga empleyado ng Bureau of Corrections.
Thank you, Madam Sponsor. While hinihintay nila yung letter ng DOJ, pinapaabot ko na rin yung personal na pakiusap ko sa kanila in behalf of the personnel of Bucor. Kunting leniency lang kung anong maibigay natin, ma-afford sa kanila. Yun lang pakiusap ko, Madam Chair. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman, at lahat sa inyo sa civil service. Kuwan pala, Madam Chair, pakinggan mo
Yes,
muna
good
yung aking
gentleman.
manifestation of support.
Opo.
Suportado ko yan, walang problema. Larga. Suportado ko yan. Thank you, Mr.
Dagang
Chair.
salamat. Pasensya po, paumanhin po, good gentleman. Nagtatanong lang ako na, gaya ng sinabi nila, habang iniintay pa yung sulat ng DOJ, kung ano pa ang, kumbaga, motu proprio magagawa ng CSC.
Yes, Mr. President, there being no other reservation for interpellation, I move that we close the period of interpellation and consider the budget of the Civil Service Commission and the Career Executive Service Board as this, to be deemed submitted for the body's consideration. I so move, Mr. President.
Before I act on the motion, I'd like to commend our chairman, my colleague when I was in Congress, and my friend, Chairman Nograles, for his steadfast leadership of the Civil Service Commission. And I hope we've all had the opportunity to personally witness his world-renowned dancing skills.
And likewise, Mr. President, I would like to show our confidence with the Chairman Carlo Negrales. I see sila, Board Member Eileen Isada. These are people with integrity, no?
Yes.
And I know that they will lead the agency and with utmost integrity and keep the integrity intact, Your Honor.
Thank you. There is a motion of the Majority Leader to close the period of interpellation and consider the budget of the Civil Service Commission and the Career Executive Service Board submitted. Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is approved.
Salamat, Mr. President.
Move for suspension.
Session suspended.